Evening, everyone. I call this regular meeting to order at 6:32. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. Please rise, place your right hand over your heart and face the nearest flag to where you are. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Menchaca,
Here.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Harrington,
Here.
Councilmember Pu. Please call the roll. Mayor Menchaca. Going to this room. Vice Mayor Liao. Here. Councilmember Ding.
Here.
Councilmember Harrington. Here. Councilmember Pu.
I think we're having some audio difficulties here. It just repeated itself. And I can't hear Councilmember Pu, even though his audio is on.
Councilmember Pu,
Here.
Okay, Sharon, so that concludes the roll call?
yes, Mayor, are you ready for the announcements?
Yes, please start with the announcements.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on cable channel 3 and our online platforms. Please email all public comments to cityclerk@sgch.org no later than the time the item is considered by the council tonight. Comments will be read for up to 3 minutes each. Comments received after the end of the public comment section will be forwarded to the city council after the meeting. If you wish to be added to the distribution list to receive city council agendas, please email your request to cityclerk@sgch.org.
Thank you. Next item, approval of agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order? Okay, hearing none, the agenda order is approved. Next item, presentations. Sharon?
COVID-19 briefing. Presentations will be made by Fire Chief Wallace, Police Chief Harris, Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Shaparian, Community Services and Interim Mission Playhouse Director Perez, and City Manager Lazaretto.
Okay, and for the members of the public, just a reminder that this will be an ongoing presentation on the agenda until COVID-19, the epidemic ends. We want to keep the public informed on a timely basis on efforts being taken by our first responders and city staff. So I will proceed now by calling each of the presenters. We will start with Fire Chief Wallace.
Good evening, Mayor Menchaca, members of council. It's Fire Chief Stephen Wallace, and I have an update on the fire operations in COVID tonight. As you may have seen in the media this afternoon, LA County reported with the numbers over the 4th of July weekend, a total of 4,050 new cases. This is probably a little bit higher as it was data that was being reported from over the weekend. Not everything came in yesterday, and the Monday and Tuesday totals do seem to be higher than average. The age group this is centered around is the 18 to 40-year-olds. Within our city, we are up to 278 confirmed cases. That was up from 264 on Friday. Our skilled nursing facilities remain relatively static in their counts, with the Ivy Creek in no change. And again, that's mainly attributed to the fact that they have a very, very low patient census. So no chance of spread without patients in the facility, as well as Royal Vista is the same way. They have one more infection within staff members, but the patient count has remained static. On the chief's call yesterday with the Emergency Medical Services Agency and the Department of Public Health, concern was really noted in the upswing in the number of cases in the county, because people are being hospitalized not only for COVID now, but they've come out and are being hospitalized for the regular complaints like the strokes and the heart attacks, and the other complaints that we weren't seeing as much during the initial part of this crisis. So this potentially puts a big strain on the ICUs and facilities available in the hospitals. They are recommending, and I'm sure you'll hear it on the call later in the week, that hospitals go back into their surge plans. So what that means is we will probably be seeing a reduction in elective procedures and more of the outpatient procedures that we saw back in April. There is still a significant number of staffed ventilators available in the county. And there's the number of deaths is not increasing with the number of cases at this point. So while they're seeing more, it is in a younger population, and it appears that people may not be getting as sick at this time. It also should be noted that the numbers in our skilled nursing facilities are cumulative. So those will never go down. It's a cumulative case count. Every time a new case comes up, regardless if there's people in the facility, regardless if they've deconned and moved new patients in, the case count will continue to climb. So it's not necessarily the current cases, but the cumulative cases within this facility. I am happy to report, though, that the fire department is 100% healthy, and all of our members are reporting for work as scheduled. We still have an excellent stock of PPE. We have not seen a spike in the number of cases in the field that we're attending to. But it should be noted that over the 4th of July weekend, we did have an extremely busy weekend. The period of Friday night until Sunday morning, we ran over 40 calls just in that about 30-hour period. And as we've been seeing during the COVID pandemic, our call load is in the 40s for a week usually. So we had an extremely busy weekend. We did attend a number of traumas, a number of vegetation fires. Our arson investigators and prevention bureau followed up on a significant number of fireworks complaints. And we also participated in the number of automatic and mutual aid calls into Monterey Park, Alhambra, and to Montebello. With that, I will hand the mic over to the police chief, and I'm ready for questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Harris.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, good evening. This is Gene Harris, Police Chief for the City of San Gabriel. Our police operation is running at 100%. We are providing a full law enforcement services and have had no adverse community COVID events. Our guys are still adhering to all of the CDC and state guidelines with regard to masks and other PPE. We've got more than enough in our stockpile to utilize that PPE that we have for our folks, the N95s, et cetera, in the short term. There's no significant crime issues related to COVID to report. The community has been doing an outstanding job also of meeting our needs through voluntary compliance. We'll continue to look for that and seek that out. It's been a good experience having the community come together this way. We've had a couple of exposures with our employees with regard to COVID-19. It's good to note that each of those folks were tested and came back negative and have returned to work, and thus we have our full law enforcement services. We are still in the midst of evaluating all of our services to and including the overnight parking. We just recently put out a new set of information about that beginning again on July 26th. And so we're moving forward with those. And again, we'll take individual cases on a case-by-case basis, but we'll have further information about that as we move forward. Again, we are working at 100% of our capacity. And with that, that ends our COVID briefing.
Great, thank you, Chief. Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, Armine Shaparayan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I actually have two updates for you this evening. The first regarding where we are with our 10-point plan for recovery, resiliency, and reinvestment, followed up with an update regarding outdoor dining, which is a topic we've been hearing quite a bit about, and not too long ago, I did give you a quick snapshot. In regards to the 10-point plan for recovery, resiliency, and reinvestment, that was approved in June, and since then, we have been working hard in putting together all of the various elements and getting it ready to be launched as we speak. We have developed the pamphlet marketing materials, which have been finalized and translated in Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish, and they are currently being printed. We have received a generous amount of PPE donations and have actually been sorting them into gift bags with city labels, waiting for the pamphlets to include in them. And the Chamber of Commerce has also offered to solicit additional PPEs for us. And thank you to our council members who've done a great job in getting us PPEs and having those delivered to City Hall. Specifically in regards to all the items we presented to you earlier, the digital media toolkit with reopening protocol templates have been finalized and are posted on sangabrieled.com under the COVID-19 resources. We have created public service announcements for protocols affecting our business sectors. We have filmed these videos and these will be posted to our city's YouTube channel. We have, for our Shop Local campaign, developed the street banners, which are now being printed, and soon you will see them displayed at our major commercial intersections. Window clings to promote Shop San Gabriel have been ordered for all businesses in San Gabriel to display and promote the look and feel of our marketing campaign. We are continuing to connect our businesses to all of the financial resources, and on a regular basis, emails are being sent to our database, sometimes twice or 3 times a week, with updates in our newsletter. In addition, we have been working with our partners in community services to design the guidelines for our financial assistance programs, including the business assistance, which is a grant program, and the rental relief program. Those guidelines have been developed but before we launch them, they have to be approved by LACTA. We have transmitted that information to LACTA and are waiting for their approval. Once we get the green light that our guidelines are good to go, the programs will be launched. In the meantime, we have started receiving phone calls from folks who are interested in participating. We are taking their names and numbers, and we'll make sure to get back to them as soon as we get both in our programs. Our anticipated launch date is to have the application period open from August 3rd to the 28th. We think that gives everyone several weeks to apply. And then what we will do is we will do a lottery to select those who get picked. In addition, we are continuing to offer our business concierge services, which has now transitioned from having our applicant review session meetings with our development community in City Hall to actually doing these meetings virtually. Our developers are taking us up on doing that, and we're having Zoom meetings and go-to-meetings for all of our projects. And this is helping us because we're able to still move along while doing it telephonically. That's the specifics on the 10-point plan. Now, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to take a few minutes and share with you about outdoor dining. We are hearing quite a bit about outdoor dining. We're hearing it at the county level, at the cities all around us are all coming up with different ways to offer outdoor dining. And this was a topic we brought up recently to council. And what we've done since then, we've actually gone out and looked at various commercial areas in the city to see what would be feasible in San Gabriel. It really is not one cookie cutter approach in every city. Staff has been driving around. We have formed an interdepartmental group of staff from community development, public works, police, and fire. We've all been working together to see how we can design this program. And our goal is to have a temporary outdoor dining and retail on sidewalks and private walkways. We think those would be the best ways to do it versus letting people use parking spaces within the shopping centers, because then there may be some issues with overflow parking or using parts of our streets, then having major ADA issues. I did want to mention one of the ideas from council was to do a survey to our businesses to see if there was actually any interest to do this. We have received 9 responses to our survey, and we've had 6 phone calls. So a total of 15 inquiries from businesses in our city wanting us to do some sort of an outdoor program. And we think this is something that we should do short term and see how it works. Staff is currently actually putting together a temporary retail use and outdoor dining application, which will include a property owner authorization. It would ask for folks to submit site plans, giving us specifics of what they'd like to do, a description of their operations. And we are partnering with LA County Health Department and also at ABC, because if there's any kind of alcohol use that would be provided, they also need to get the temporary catering authorization from ABC. All that said, what I'm looking for tonight is basically a nod from council if we're headed in the right direction, and if you'd like to see us bring something more formal back to you for review and approval. We think in light of what's happening with the pandemic, this is something we need to offer as part of our 10-point plan to our businesses. This could be an internal review process, and most importantly, at a staff level, we feel that it would be appropriate to waive the fees that are usually associated with this type of review, given the fact that most of our businesses are going through some very difficult challenges, and giving them this as a part of their basically toolbox. It's one more way we can have our business community continuing to work and thrive. So I'm looking for possible nods from council if you're interested in us moving forward with putting together the guidelines and bringing it to you in the next couple of weeks. And there is an item on tonight's council agenda, actually, where we will have a ad hoc subcommittee formed where 2 of our council members will be working with us in a lot of our outreach efforts, which may look a little different than our original plans of going out and canvassing, only because given some of the challenges we're experiencing with the increasing cases, we need to be extremely safe. And we think we can reimagine our outreach efforts and still do all the outreach, just be extremely safe with our businesses and with our council and staff. But on the outdoor dining, I'm just looking for some nods. Mayor, if you don't mind helping me solicit that.
So we
Okay. I was gonna actually mention maybe at the end, each of the council members could say something, because we can't see all of them right now.
Absolutely.
So it's a little harder to nod. But
And
Well,
note
I-
that it's not an agenda item, so we're limited to just giving direction to staff, which I think is what's being solicited, but let's not make this into a formal vote or anything.
okay, well, just when the council starts asking their questions of all the presenters, they can remind themselves, or I'll try to remind them also, just to at least say something about the program. Would that be acceptable, Keith? Okay, great, thumbs up. Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
great. Next presenter is Community Services and Interim Mission Playhouse Director, Rebecca Perez.
Good evening, Mayor Menchaca and members of the City Council. I wanted to just provide a brief update on some of the programs that the Community Services Department is aiming to provide this summer. After receiving information that Los Angeles County was allowing the reopening of certain phases of Stage 3, Community Services staff initiated plans to offer in-person day camp and aquatics programming. The programs were scheduled to start this week. Unfortunately, we did not get the interest that we anticipated for our day camp, and so we had to cancel the first week of camp due to low enrollment. And the subsequent weeks may have to cancel as well due to low participation. We did start a modified schedule of aquatics programming this week. Staff is currently providing 4 swim classes for this initial cycle and will hold 2 additional cycles this summer. Numbers are limited, as you can imagine, with each class to provide proper social distancing and to ensure that staff and participants can follow the proper health protocols provided by LA County. And in addition to swim lessons, aquatic staff will provide lap swim and water aerobics beginning July 13th. And we will also begin having recreational swim 1 evening per week. And in order to attend recreational swim, we will have to have people register in advance so that we can monitor the amount of participants in the pool. And with these changes, we are also initiating a change with our senior lunch program and moving from meal delivery to a drive-through distribution. We started that today. We had done that at the beginning of the pandemic, and we started that again today. We've been doing meal delivery this whole time and started that again today. And we are so appreciative of police who came out to support that effort, and it was a really smooth transition for our first regular meal program today. Again, just doing that, a drive-through similar to the meal deliveries that we've done throughout the pandemic time. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Rebecca. City Manager, Mark Lazaretto.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I have 2 quick items to update the City Council on tonight. The first is you heard from a couple of our directors that we've had cases in our city where we've had scares of employees who've either tested positive or have had family members at home test positive. And I want to give a virtual shout out to Herald Christian Center because they remain our partner in this. And we've had several employees who have gone over and have been very quickly accommodated with tests and have been very quick with results. And for us, that's huge because that means that, first of all, these employees feel safe and they're able to tell their loved ones at home that they're not, in every case so far, not contagious. But more importantly, we're able to get these folks back to work quicker than if we had to go through a county process or one of the private testing sites because of the backlog for all those tests. I've heard from folks at Herald Christian Center that they are busy and that it takes about a week to get an appointment at this point. And the test results are about a day slower than they were when they first started. But I think all of that's a good thing because it means that folks are subscribing and actually utilizing that service. So once again, a big thank you to everybody involved at Herald Christian Center. And it's been a huge help to us here in the city. And secondly, I wanted to let the City Council and the community know that the governor's eviction moratorium expired on June the 30th. And actually it expired, I'm sorry, on May the 31st. And our eviction moratorium was tied to that eviction moratorium. So ours extended for 30 days beyond that, and it ran out on June the 30th. The county moratorium is still in place, so our residents are still protected under the county's eviction moratorium. And that will remain in effect now until July the 31st, unless the county takes an action to extend that moratorium. So our residents are still protected, but that is something that they should watch, and landlords should watch that as well. We're happy to answer questions from the community and from landlords about that, and to point them to resources if they do have questions about any of that. So with that, I'd like to offer up any questions, or any of the staff members who presented. We'd all be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Okay, we'll start off with Vice Mayor Lau.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first question for Chief Wallace. You know, in the city of St. Gabriel, how many people die from this COVID-19? And is it being steady, or it's been declined, or it's been going up?
Mr. Vice Mayor, there's been 22 confirmed deaths from COVID-19 in the city. 18 of those did come from the Royal Vista convalescent home. So that's basically 4 deaths that have come from outside a skilled nursing facility. That number has remained pretty static over the last couple of weeks. And it is something we review on a daily basis.
Thank you. Second question for Chief Harris. Yes.
Here I am, sir.
So yeah, before 4th of July, I got a phone call and people asking me, oh, is St. Gabriel allowed to have fireworks? I said, well, no, as I understand, we never allow our residents to have fireworks. So is there any concern with 4th of July fireworks?
I would say there's a huge concern because if they're using fireworks illegally in the city, then that's going to be a problem. It was a larger problem this year for a myriad of reasons, but what our goal is to try to educate and make sure that we're not having people bring in illegal fireworks. Even the safe and sane fireworks are illegal. So anything like what we saw over the 4th of July weekend, those are the things that are not only illegal, but they're very, very dangerous. And we've had a few examples in cities around us where they unfortunately had some very significant injuries and fires as related to these things. So the answer to that question, the short answer is yes, there's problems with it. And we're currently trying to develop a strategy so we don't ever have a day as significant as that we just experienced on this 4th.
Thank you. Yeah, because our neighboring cities like Alhambra, they do allow fireworks. So I did tell them, you know, go to other cities. Next question for Armene. Yeah, I did receive a phone call again, and this is from Quotai Realty. They're the landlord of this plaza on the corner of St. Gabriel and Mission, and there's a Mexican restaurant, a tenant, at the end of the plaza. And so what they want to do is they want to close the entrance from that end and to put dining tables outdoor for this restaurant. So I advise him, hey, better check with our community development, because I don't know is okay to close entrance for vehicles. So what do you suggest?
I think Councilmember Liao, you provided a great answer. Certainly, we're going to have some instances that come up that are not the typical instances we're going to see. So those we have to treat on a case-by-case basis. So what we would do is go out and actually look at the site, look at what they want to do, route it between all of our departments to make sure their plans are consistent with all of the different things we're looking for: ADA accessibility, ingress, egress, parking. So we certainly want to work with our businesses. We understand these are a different set of times where we're dealing with. And there's going to be some instances where they're not the typical sites, and we're going to have to see if those sites work. So if any council members are getting inquiries, please go ahead and send them our way. And once we get the go-ahead to bring something formal to council, we'll have a formal program in place. But in the meantime, we are continuing to work with some of our businesses. Thank you.
Okay, another question is from a barber shop. This person has applied for, I guess it's CSI. It's Lisa, yeah, ILISC, and for $5,000, for paying his rent. But I told him, city is not involved with this program. But is there conduit that we can tell him how to verify if he's eligible for this $5,000 grant?
That is not a city-funded program, but what we can do, if he'd like to reach out to any of us in economic development, we can help to see if we can facilitate in any way and get him the information he needs.
Okay,
Have him
thank you.
contact us, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Last question for Rebecca, Community Services.
Yes.
Hi. So yeah, I love the seniors program, and of course, luncheon program is great. One of the programs very popular is dancing for seniors, and you probably heard fire chiefs say, well, there are so many cases of strokes and other heart attacks, that kind of diseases, and we can understand because all these seniors being locked down for so long without any exercises. I think we need to do something, but are we going to open up those dance classes soon? Because I checked one of the dance studio on Main Street, and they're open. They're taking students now. So I was just curious, is dance classes offered at the community services?
Yeah, unfortunately, with the social distancing that you cannot maintain with dance classes, we have not initiated our classes, and that is not advised. Social gatherings like that are not advised with LA County as well. We are providing virtual classes, and actually our yoga class has really taken off, and it's been a really good opportunity for people to take those classes at home. And so I think that's something that we'll be able to continue even beyond this, even as there are seniors that are hesitant to come out because of them being, part of the vulnerable population. So that's been a really good thing, and we are continuing to offer those.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
So, was there anything you'd like to share with Armine? Any opinions or nods regarding the outdoor?
The outdoor?
Yes.
No, I agree. If there's a room, the problem was most of our properties, parking is number one issue. And it's hard to find a place that have empty spots that can be used for outdoor dining. And I can see maybe those boba place, coffee shop, bakery, if they have any small area, they can put, chairs and small table. That'll be fine. It's just that not too many spaces available. That's my concern. But we'll do whatever we can to provide these businesses with outdoor dining. So I support it. It's just we have to look every individual case.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, if you to put yourselves on mute, because I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background, so I'm not sure if it's our system or if people have not muted themselves. So just a friendly reminder. Councilmember Ding, would you like to? Do you have any questions?
No questions already. I get answered. Thank you, Mayor.
Did you have any nod or any comments to Armine?
Oh, yeah. So for the outdoor, the dining, yeah, I support it too. But in reality, I don't know the restaurant, the owner. because I think outdoor you don't have enough space to I don't know how many people can dining outdoor, then also they can survive. So that's the question based on the a business owner or how they are planning. The planning definitely want to keep our social distance, safety, right? And a parking space, and I saw these a couple weeks, this 1 or 2 weeks after we think they open for the outdoor dining, but I saw that a lot of place, some large, maybe some large plaza probably they can do it. The small one, I consider maybe it's I don't know, it's a reality to let the business owner to provide this kind of service. But yeah, it depends on the financial. They are really the profitable, Yeah. So maybe still continue encourage they have to go and then maybe by the way they still have some employee can provide extra space for the outdoor space to let the people dining. But I think a lot of the residents that definitely want to go to the eat to outside the dining too, So yeah, that's my thought, but I don't know the maybe just step by step after Emily have the ready for the 10-point the reopen, and we have maybe canvas to go out to maybe talk to the business owner. Oh, Emily, so when we have the canvas to go out to see our business owner?
Councilmember Ding, you may have heard me mention it a little earlier. We are looking at different ways we can do that. We're slightly concerned about sending a group of staff and council at this time in the next week or two. We would like to think of different ways we can do that. Some of the ideas we've come up with, maybe there may be some we do with canvassing, somewhere we maybe offer a drive-up option for businesses to drive through and pick up some of the goodie bags we're putting together for them. We have an item on the agenda tonight for a subcommittee that's going to be formed, and we'd like to have discussions with our ad hoc. We think this would be a great discussion point to have with our 2 council members when it comes to outreach. So good ideas. We are hoping to get that started very soon.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, no matter the way form our, I saw that we have an agenda for our subcommittee. Yeah, no matter what's the follow through, but I always personally, I always want to help to provide a service for reach our community. So the community develop the department really. If you have a schedule, let me know. I love to help to reach out the reopen the business. Yeah. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Ding. Thank you. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't really have any questions. I just appreciate everybody's input and the reports. But from Armene on that issue, I'm trying to understand, is this something the county already allows or doesn't allow? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the difference what you wanted to do?
What we want to do would be very specific to the city of San Gabriel. It would clarify a process. It would authorize for businesses, if they want to do that right now in our city, they would apply for a temporary permit that allows them to expand their operations outside of indoor dining, increasing the occupancy at their sites and taking it outside and using the sidewalks. But potentially it could be using their sidewalks. It could be using a portion of the public right-of-way. It could be using their private walkways. So we'd like to have the ability to review these plans and sure that all of the things we would want to do in any setting are followed. As far as the county, from what we're hearing, the county is launching their own program. I looked at it just very generally. But we need to have the specifics for St. Gabriel. Most of our neighboring cities have launched similar programs. Some cities are a lot more specific than what we want to do because our commercial districts are somewhat different in a lot of our neighboring communities. So this would be an application process for our businesses to apply.
Okay, so that's something the county already allows. We just need to have a process in place.
For our city.
Correct. Okay, thank you. That's fine. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but there's
Okay,
still
great.
some noise in the background. I'm not sure why, but go ahead, Councilmember Pu.
Yeah, and you can still hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so gone and hung up my phone connection. So I just want to say, I think at the outset and in general, that this is, although, you know, although there were reopenings and that some of these activities are allowed, I personally believe that this is absolutely the wrong time to relax. This is not the time to relax. I understand that there is a need, and we should absolutely be helping our businesses, continuing to help our residents. But the attitude that I think we should have in government, and it's unfortunate if there's some that may not have this type of attitude, is similar to the attitude that we had at the very beginning when this first came on at the time when I was still mayor. We know a little bit more about this disease now and how to prevent the spread, and it's not really that difficult. We wear masks, keep distance in public. When you get home, wash your hands, but we cannot allow ourselves to relax. On a conference call with Mayor Garcetti yesterday, he said that the county is preparing for as many as 6,000 new cases every day. And these numbers are extremely alarming. So I just wanted to, preface my questions with this general comment that, I understand that for maybe as many as only as many as 20% of cases would potentially require hospitalization. But even if you don't require hospitalization, there are many, many, many cases of COVID-19 causing a very serious illness for the person, something that's extremely uncomfortable, extremely inconvenient, not to mention creating difficulties for other members of that person's household, and risking infection for those people. We don't yet know what the long-term effects of this disease are. There's some thought that there's potentially long-term damage that may never be, that your body may never be able to recover from. So I guess I just reiterate, and I know that our entire staff and our entire council has been taking COVID-19 extremely seriously. And I do commend and thank all the staff, all the departments for everything that they've done in adjusting to the new reality, basically. But the point I'm trying to make here is that we cannot relax. We cannot think it's going to go away. We're here in the middle of summer. It's only surging now. I don't know if you call this the second wave and the wave in the fall, the third wave, or is it just one big giant tsunami that just keeps rolling on? So I guess my message to the public, my message to the staff in general is that we do need to continue to be as safe as possible while we do try to engage in some recovery and resiliency efforts. Various industries, as the staff well knows, has certain safety protocols that must be followed in order to reopen safely. And I think that a lot of our businesses are going to need help with complying with those. And not only should we want to help them with that compliance, because God forbid that we create situations where people come together and get infected and get seriously ill or even die. That you see, those were some of the guiding principles, or at least the thoughts, from the beginning of this, and I think they still hold true today. People are still dying, people are still getting seriously ill, and it may not be the most vulnerable population that's testing, positive in higher numbers right now, but it still has an impact for all those people, for all the vulnerable people as well. So as far as outdoor dining goes, yes, I absolutely would support that, especially since dining in is now closed back down. But I do also know that a number of the restaurants, and I've said this before, that I visit frequently, that have adjusted well to COVID, are perfectly fine doing takeout, and they actually don't want to open their dining rooms or even have additional outdoor service. But I do think that for those restaurants and boba shops or cafes that would like to do outdoor dining, absolutely on a case-by-case basis, I think we could try to accommodate them. But again, I think the primary focus has to be on safety. It has to be on health and safety. So only if it can be done, following rigorous safety protocols. Not only that, so it's not only about helping businesses comply, but then also going in and making sure that we are enforcing those regulations as well. I am concerned about the restart of aquatic programs. And so I have questions for Director Perez. What safety protocols have we implemented in the restrooms and dressing rooms at the Smith Park Pool? Because I've been there before, I've used the dressing rooms, and it's just an open space. I have to think that if there are a number of people in any of those rooms that are changing or even just in the space at the same time, that creates a spreader, maybe not super spreader, but it creates a risky situation as far as spread of COVID-19 goes. Can you help me out with what the protocols and precautions we've undertaken?
Yes. So basically, the participants are coming dressed, ready to participate. Our numbers have been extremely reduced. So a max class is 5 participants, and actually I don't think our numbers even got that high this time due to space. That is the max that a class can be. The participants come dressed. We actually installed showers on the deck so that they can rinse off on the deck and just go straight into the pool before their half-hour class. And then the restrooms or the locker rooms are essentially only being used for the restroom, the purpose of needing a restroom. And they are being monitored, not monitored, that sounds wrong, but they're basically being allowed, only 1 or 2 children in at a time, so that there are not too many people in there. So the locker rooms are really being used on a minimal basis. We are not having participants enter as they normally would from the front side of the pool building, but they're actually entering from the tennis court side, I'll say, of the pool deck, and exiting on the other side near the waiting pool. So there's kind of been one entrance in, one exit out. They are putting their items on the deck. They are required to wear masks as they come in, right until they get into the pool, basically, and entering right where their class is happening. So they're not having to kind of transverse across the pool to get to where their class is happening. And we have the classes set in such a way that the parents are actually in the pool for the two youngest levels, the parents are actually in the pool with the child. The lifeguard is on the deck, essentially teaching the parent to teach the child. And I'll just say one of the main reasons that we went forward with this, this hadn't been something that we originally planned on. Actually, the county opened this earlier than we were planning on having programs start. But obviously, this is, in our minds, this is a life-saving effort as well. And so we wanted to be able to provide that. And obviously, we're not able to accommodate all of the people that we normally would. But this is providing a very important skill for members of our community.
So the maximum number of participants in any class is only 5?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. And the showers that have been installed outside, I assume that they are appropriately distanced?
Yes, and they're on, if you're familiar with the pool deck, as I'm sure you are, they're on the side that is right outside the women's locker room. So it's the largest area that we had available on the pool deck. And they are socially distanced. There's 2 showers that are available so that we're able to accommodate, you know, the small groups of people that are coming in. Parents are not allowed actually to be on the deck. They leave their child and then they are socially distanced outside. So there's not benches as there typically would be on the deck. So we're providing socially distanced space for the parents to wait.
And for the classes, I mean, for the staff, how are they conducting the classes? Other than, you know, you described how it's being done for the youngest age groups, but for other classes, how is that being done in a safe manner?
So at this point, we're offering up through level 2, which is typically the younger, just learning to swim classes up through level 2, which is where they're actually able to be in the water by themselves, are our most popular classes. So for that class, the instructor is on the deck, able to teach the students. The students are in the water by themselves. But for those younger classes, they are actually instructing the parents. So it's obviously, it's a new learning experience, both for the staff to learn how to teach that way. It's new for the parents that are in the water trying to instruct their child. And again, we did just start this week, but so far it's moving along pretty well.
Okay. Sounds like it's as, you know, safe as it possibly can be. But you know, anytime you have members of different households coming together, of course, there's just that risk of a spread from one to the other, and you know, you never know what can happen after that. If the staff, I mean, obviously we want to be cognizant of the staff safety. It's good that there's no staff members who are in the pool with any of the class members, but if the lifeguards and so forth can just sort of also monitor and make sure that, because let's face it too, we all wish we could all be together when we get to see our friends, or you know, and I think this happened starting with Memorial Day, then carrying over the Father's Day, carrying over the graduations, and other events. You know, there's you know, our own social need to just congregate together, give somebody a hug or receive a hug. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if kids who haven't been around any of their friends for what is it now, 4 months, you know, would just love to be able to play with some other kids and then not be appropriately socially distancing. So I think that special effort needs to be made in that respect. We will never know whether or not, you know, any particular case could be traced back to this or anything else. But the point is that would we really want to have that kind of responsibility on our heads? If that could have been prevented with just a little bit of extra effort.
Sure. One thing that I forgot to add, Councilmember Pooh, is that we all are required by the county to have, and we are following every precaution and taking every protocol very seriously. We are required to have a staff person that is just serving as a monitor social distance monitor, if you will, on the deck. So that is a person that is not serving as a lifeguard in a lifeguard capacity, and it's just providing that social distance monitoring. And so that's obviously an important job for that person, and they've been very well trained, I'll say, in a short amount of time. Actually, many of our lifeguards had been our meal deliverers, if you will, during our senior meal delivery time. So they have been working already in albeit in a different capacity, serving those meals. And so now with transitioning to the meal distribution, which again is also working very well for us, that has worked in that capacity.
Okay. That sounds great. Yeah, I'll just also note that that monitoring should also extend to the dressing rooms and restrooms as well. If they're not being used as dressing rooms, but you can imagine, even one or two kids go in, and then it becomes like a mini party situation, but that also creates the risk of spread. And I think that those are just situations that. To be honest, if I had my druthers, I would not allow these types of activities to be reopened. But I understand what you're saying as far as it being a life-saving skill. That's absolutely true. But I just don't, anyway, I just want to make sure, whatever we're doing it in the safest way possible. With respect to the senior meal program, I just wanted to ask.
I was about to ask if we stopped chlorinating our pool.
I'm sorry. Is that a?
I didn't say anything.
No, it says someone unmuted themselves, but go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah. So, our senior meal program for members of the public expanded from 30 to 40 participants to, I think it's well over 250 at the high point. Director Perez, is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm just curious then, for those seniors who live alone or don't otherwise have access to a vehicle, would we have the capacity to still do the delivery for some of them who are in that kind of sort of extremely dire need situation?
Yes.
Because if we only do drive-through, that would tend to exclude some seniors, and those could actually be some of our most vulnerable seniors.
Yes, so we were able to, there are a few seniors, our staff has become very familiar, though we're talking about a pretty large number of seniors that we've been working with over this time. Our staff has become very familiar with their needs, some of them including their dietary needs and what their transportation needs are and that sort of thing. So there are several of the seniors that we have been able to add to the YWCA meal delivery program. So this is above and beyond our meal delivery that we've been doing. And so we've been able to add those seniors to that meal delivery so they're not having to come through for the drive-through distribution. And then there were a large handful, I'll say, of seniors that our staff did delivery for. And those were seniors that either it would be a hardship for them to come, they don't have transportation, or it would be a hardship for them to come to receive their meal and go through the line. So we are definitely taking those into account. And I will say that I'm so proud of our staff, and really our staff has gone above and beyond throughout this entire time with our senior meals. And I'll say that I'm not aware of any other city that has done the meal delivery like we have done, and the fact that our city council designated specific CDBG dollars for that to be able to afford us the ability to do that. YWCA has commended us on that. I think it's been really remarkable, the program that we have established, and that we've gone to the extent of taking it this far with the meal delivery. So I think it's been a really positive program, and like I said, I feel like our staff has really gone above and beyond. We're still doing our weekly wellness checks with our seniors. So we're doing weekly calls with them to check in on them and see if they do need any items. We've been very, we've been building these relationships, if you will, with the seniors over the phone during this time. So I think it's been a very positive program.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Actually, Mayor Menchaca and I went out and did some of that kind of drive-through food. I don't know what you call it, sort of food handout
Distribution, right?
Yeah, the distribution when the mosque had purchased some food for the seniors, and it's really actually quite heartwarming to be able to help people out in that really kind of direct way. So that's definitely thanks for mentioning that, Rebecca, because yeah, it is definitely commendable to the staff who've been doing this now for, like I said, the better part of 4 months, and helping so many people in the process. And then lastly, I just wanted to check with Mark here. Thanks for mentioning the Herald Christian Health Clinic right here in San Gabriel, free testing available. Whether you have insurance or don't have insurance, just call for an appointment. I wonder if I can actually even, I used to have it memorized, 626-286-8700, I believe. I'll confirm that just a minute. But so how many have just rough numbers, how many of our employees have taken advantage of that testing at the Herald Christian Health Center?
I would say, roughly speaking, we have had close to 50 employees between police, fire, and our other employees. Some of them have had multiple tests because we tested everybody who wanted to be tested, and then we've had folks that have had situations where employees have had situations at home or with coworkers, and so we've had multiple tests. But I would say between 50 and 75.
Okay, that's a good healthy number, I guess. But do we have any plan? Like, I know that our own plans to reopen our public facilities are now delayed. I don't know to what extent. I would venture to guess that they're even further delayed given the recent numbers, recent events of the last week. But when we do get to that point, do we plan to require employees who are coming back to the workplace to be tested first?
We will. We have a full set of protocols that we're working through, and they're going to be very similar to what you heard Director Perez talk about for the pool, as far as the kinds of, not those same protocols, but that level of detail. And the short answer is we will probably not be able to require tests, but we will require temperature checks for all of our employees. We'll require them to self-certify that they haven't had any symptoms. And we will have a whole cleaning regime that we do now anyway, but that will all be posted, and we will follow all those protocols for social distancing, masks, and everything else. We have about a 15-page document, I would say, that we have that guides how we reopen, in addition to the physical changes we've made, like sneeze guards and distancing folks as much as possible. And I will tell you, Councilman Pooh and the rest of the city council, that even whenever we get through whatever this wave is and we get back to whatever our new normal is, I don't see a reason to not encourage people to work from home as much as possible. Putting that in not a double negative, I think we're in a new situation where working from home is a reality as a way to keep people safe, even when we're dealing with normal flu season and the common cold. And if we have employees that can be productive and we can work from alternate schedules, whether it's A and B shifts or whether it's in, spread out in city facilities, that's what our new norm will be for those folks that can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I mean, we're installing the sneeze guards and having the other precautions. It helps to create that separation between members and therefore safety between members of the public and the staff. But there are certainly some workplaces within City Hall that are already in close confines. And if the staff were there just doing the regular business together, that would also create a risk situation in my mind as between staff members. So I think I'm sure, I mean, like as you said, there are a lot of detailed protocols, so forth and so on. But at the end of the day, I actually believe it's appropriate for everybody, anybody who's an essential worker, especially, to get tested and get tested often these days. Because as a matter of fact, you actually don't know. You could be asymptomatic and still positive. And that number is, in fact, 626-286-8700. So anyways, thank you for the staff and for providing all that detail on how we're reopening. But I think we're at a particularly dangerous point in time when we feel more relaxed because the orders allow for more reopening. But in fact, the numbers are actually skyrocketing. And in general, as citywide, countywide, statewide, nationwide, we just need to toughen up and do whatever it takes to get through this. Wear the mask and keep your distance in public. Is it that hard? I don't think so. If you can't do it, I question your toughness. You know, wash your hands when you get home, and you know, you're doing it to protect yourself and your family, and you're also doing it to protect those around you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember Pooh. I wanted to start with Rebecca, just to kind of piggyback on a comment you made about the senior program. I think not only your staff has been spectacular, because as Councilmember Pooh mentioned, you know, we had an opportunity to do some of the distribution, but I think you've also been able to recruit partners like the mosque, like Bonchon Chicken, and I'm not sure if there was others that you've also partnered with, but I know the mosque has been pretty consistent week after week. Oops. I think, is that you, Rebecca? There's somebody else there.
I didn't say anything yet.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm just listening.
Okay, so I heard a child in the background, so.
That's mine. That is mine.
I think there's only two of you I know that has children that at that age group. But was there any other partners that you've had that I've missed? I just know those two for sure, because we've been able to, thanks to Jonathan, kind of have our community kindness campaign and try to recognize those partners we've had with our senior meals. But have there been other partners besides the mosque and Bonchon Chicken?
The mosque has been our primary partner. Bonchon Chicken, definitely at the beginning of the pandemic, was the supporter and provided some meals for the seniors. The mosque has truly been remarkable, and that is kind of a source that came out of nowhere for us, and they have been wonderful. And we just did another distribution with them this past Thursday. They also have a partner that they work with, which is ICNA, and I should know what that stands for. I don't, but they have provided produce and kind of non-perishable food items in addition to the mosque providing the hot meals. So they have provided that, and we have also connected them with AYC, and they've connected with La Costa as well. So they've helped in a variety of ways. And the mosque is willing to continue helping. And so we're just trying to figure out the best way to do that. If we do that on another day with the other meal distribution, or if we work with them to provide kind of those non-perishable food items, because the senior meals that are coming from us is only providing 5 meals for the week. So this is something that could provide, breakfast and or dinner resources as well. So the mosque has really been remarkable.
Great. And then regarding the camp, I know there was concern about the fact that our summer camp, we didn't have one. It was non-existent. So I know you've been very good about promoting it, and unfortunately we only got 2 campers this time, this round. But I wanted to find out, what was some of the feedback that you got from people who were calling in? I mean, was there something in particular that was not attractive about this particular camp? Was it because of concerns of COVID, or was there anything in particular that parents, are looking for that we couldn't provide?
So interestingly, the comments some of the comments that we received were that parents were not as concerned about safety as we thought they would be, and they were wondering why we weren't having excursions and or what fun activities we were going to have for their children. So we were trying to impress the fact that we were going to have a safe environment as well as a fun environment, and our staff was working hard to incorporate all of the protocols required by the county, but also to provide an opportunity for youth to be able to get together and or to provide an opportunity for parents who are going back to work. And so that didn't seem to be the need. I don't know if parents have come up with other daycare opportunities for their children, those parents who are returning to work. We've coordinated or connected with several cities around us, and it seems that the in-person camps in the cities around us have also had low enrollment and or have been canceled because of the fact that they just don't have the numbers. So those are some of the kind of surprising questions that we received from parents, though, were about the excursions and such. And obviously, as you guys know, there's not a lot of opportunities for those sort of activities, and that wasn't something we were planning to incorporate. We were working to provide safe activities that would be fun for the youth, but also provide a childcare opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Chief Harris, wanted to ask him a question. There we go. Chief, just to kind of get an understanding what was going on, especially, well, it was actually the week before it started with the 4th of July and the fireworks. And I happen to live in an area where I'm kind of close to 2 other cities, and it just seemed like it was all over. And not even just the San Gabriel Valley, just in general, just this onslaught of fireworks like I've never seen before. And, you know, some say it was because of COVID, people were locked up and it just created an environment. But I'm just wondering, I know you connect with a lot of the other chiefs, and I know you were taking so many calls, you and the fire department, but what happened? Why was there so many fireworks out there? And it kept continuing. It continued on to the middle of the night. I mean, it was 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was still hearing it. And it looked like from every direction. It wasn't just the city of San Gabriel, the city of Allen. It was everywhere. And even the news was reporting on it. So I just like you to kind of give some feedback based on your debriefings after the 4th of July.
And Madam Mayor, as this item is intended to be about COVID, I assume this will be
all COVID related, because that's what I've been told. It's just COVID, that COVID has created this environment. But thank you, Keith, for that. Yes, that's true. From a COVID perspective, Chief, is that true? Is COVID causing this?
Well, I think that the past has demonstrated that we've always had a problem with fireworks. That just seems to be something that the general public likes to engage in. But I've never seen it this bad in all my years of law enforcement as it was this particular 4th of July. Every year we put law enforcement agencies put out and fire agencies put out prevention measures to try and mitigate some of the fireworks. And in this case, it was just overwhelming. And the discussion with other area chiefs is that part of the issue was that there were no other outlets that are generally available during other years. So the closure of bars, the closure of beaches in particular, the closure of fireworks shows that drew people in by the thousands under normal circumstances, those circumstances now were all closed, or those venues were all closed as a result of the orders from either the state or the county, specifically related to COVID. So those people, the only outlet for a lot of those people, in my opinion, was what you saw unleashed on the county on the newscast and some of those others. There was a newscast that showed an aerial view of LA, and it looked like a war zone for quite some time. And so it is specifically, in my opinion, related to the angst. And I'm going to create a word. The public can write this down if they like, cooped upness. So we'll put that one in the Urban Dictionary, but I think that's directly related to the problem. And so I'm hoping that that's not the case next year, that we'll be through all of this and we can get to the normal type of enforcement. But yeah, it was it was a big deal this year.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, that's a good explanation, I guess. But it was pretty overwhelming just to be sitting here listening to all that. Okay, and then lastly for Armine, I've seen some creative dining choices so far. I think Cheers is a great example where they're using their parking lot and socially distancing. I know Mary Lane Cafe has been doing that for a while, before COVID. But I think if there's an opportunity and the restaurant owners or the boba shops or whatever the shop is, if there's an opportunity to do something like that, we should have a process in place. But I'm glad you're reaching out and giving people options. So thank you for those efforts. And that's all for me now. So let's continue on with the agenda. Next item, please, Sharon.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. And Madam Mayor, we have not received any general public comment.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the City Council or public requests separate discussion. And Madam Mayor, we have not received requests from the public to pull any items.
Great, thank you, Sharon. Okay, at this time, we'll ask council members, would you like to pull any items?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item C, D, and E for discussion.
Okay. So it's discussion, not clarification then?
Both.
Oh, both. Okay. Well, then before I ask for a motion for the other items, why don't you kick it off? Would you like to ask your clarifying question or discussion questions for for item C?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So for this item, I just have a question regarding this vehicle miles travel, because I brought it up maybe a week ago. SCAC and other cities that writing letters to ask Governor Newsom to extend the enforcement of this bill to one more year. So I have a question for staff. Are we going to do that? Are we going to ask the governor to extend this vehicle miles travel?
Armine, I don't know if the city's made a decision as to whether or not to support the request by other cities. I know that it's important for the city to adopt the thresholds regardless, since the outcome of that request would not be known. It would be unwise for the city to go without thresholds because it would prevent the council and planning commission from approving any projects that would require CEQA clearance. So I would suggest that the best course of action would be to separate those two items. Certainly, the council wants to seriously consider the adoption of thresholds, whether or not the city supports an extension of the implementation of the new CEQA guidelines.
Mayor Menchaca, this is Mark Lazaretto. Just for the record, that's Jerry Guaracino. He's our interim planning manager who's been helping us out in Tracy Stein-Kruger's absence.
Okay, welcome, Jerry.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have introduced myself.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. But next question is, because we have many development projects being approved, but also in the pipelines. So I was wondering if we change this CEQA standard, from level service to this vehicle miles travel, do you know what kind of impact on these development projects?
Well, it will vary from project to project depending on the kind of development that's being proposed. But we have looked at two projects that are heading to the council or to the planning commission for approval. There's a mixed use project, the Pacific Square project, The environmental consultant had already looked at the VMT analysis because they knew that this was a very likely possibility before this project was approved. And actually that improves the way that project is evaluated in terms of CEQA compliance. It has actually fewer impacts under the vehicle mile travel thresholds. The other project that we looked at is the Arroyo Village project. And they are currently looking at how that's going to affect the review of their project. But for the city of San Gabriel, we're very fortunate based on the recommended thresholds. We have a relatively low vehicle mile standard, not a standard, but a very low vehicle mile usage within our community. And so that puts us in good standing to continue to approve projects that are desirable to the city.
So as I understand, most of the, yeah, it has to be below 15% below the baseline. But the project you mentioned, those mixed use projects, so they should be okay, right? Yeah, because it limits a lot of travel because mixed use. We have commercial downstairs and living spaces upstairs. So
well,
yeah.
Yes, you're correct. That is absolutely true of the Pacific Square project. The Arroyo Village project is a strictly residential project. And so we're still waiting to see what the outcome is on that project.
Yeah, residential maybe a little bit concerned because I've heard from SCAG there was a project that was converted from a golf course and they're going to build, I don't know, hundreds of new homes. So if that change from the level of service to vehicle miles travel, I think that project might have some issues. So that's.
I think generally speaking, I think the council needs to know that this probably makes mitigation a little bit easier because in some cases you may find a project that created impacts under the level of service standard that were very difficult to mitigate because they were very local, they were very specific to a particular intersection. With this new approach, with vehicle miles traveled, it allows developers many more options to improve the overall air quality and lower the vehicle miles traveled throughout the region. And so they have a lot more options in order to mitigate their project. And that should actually make it easier for developers to comply and to make sure that the modifications that they may make or the mitigations that they adopt will continue to lower vehicle miles traveled, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and continue to improve the quality of the air that we breathe.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all the question for item C.
Can we ask questions on that item as well, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, if there's any other questions on C, D, and E, please chime in. Go ahead, Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. So Jerry, when I read this, I was actually going to pull it as well. I had a couple just base questions. So we're adopting this suggested set of rules from SCAG. Are we allowed to have a more restrictive set of rules? For example, when I read it, I was concerned that we're no longer looking at congestion, really, like you just brought up. And there's waivers here that if you're located near, transit or other things, if you have more parking than the city requires, there's a different level of scrutiny. And I would say environmentally, maybe there's a regional reduction, but that doesn't stop a very crowded intersection in the city of San Gabriel. So how do we address that?
Sure. So your initial question was, can you adopt a more rigorous standard? And that is possible. I would point out that of all the cities in San Gabriel that have participated in the SCAG analysis that's being done, we would be an outlier in that case. Almost all the cities have adopted the same threshold that we're recommending today for San Gabriel. And that would be one that would accommodate the kind of development that you'd like to see in your city. But the city is also going to be maintaining level of service requirements. Now, they won't be requirements under CEQA, they will become project requirements. And so people will still have an obligation, developers will still have an obligation to provide mitigation for impacts to the local roadway system based on level of service. So it's not going away completely. It's just a matter of whether or not it's being analyzed as an environmental impact, or if it's being analyzed as an impact on the local community that developers will then have to make improvements to. And in the future, if you adopt these thresholds, those conditions that are related to level of service improvements will be conditions that will be coming out of the Public Works Department. And they will be project related, but not environmentally related.
See, I see congestion as an environmental problem as well. I mean, it's like anything, too much of anything is an environmental problem. Too many cars are an environmental problem. That's why I was asking that. I wanted to get like if we don't have the total number of trips like we used to analyze something, regionally or by miles traveled, it may not be that big a deal, but to specific intersections, we already know in the city there is a significant environmental impact, and it seems like the state just said, hey, don't worry about that. That's my comment on that. I think we're running the risk of ignoring actual impacts to the community and then saying, well, that's not an environmental impact, when actually it is.
Well, unfortunately, the adoption of the thresholds is really a separate discussion from whether or not the vehicle miles traveled versus level of service is an environmental impact. That was a determination that was made by the state, and that's going to happen regardless of the action that the council would take today. But I think your point is very well taken in that most cities have adopted to use both sets of measures going forward, just to address the kinds of issues that you just identified.
I guess that was my question. And then there is no bar on this from us maintaining our current requirements on that. And if not, how do we make sure that we keep that?
Well, the recommendations are that we do keep it, but it just will not be assessed as an environmental impact. It will be evaluated as a local impact to roadways, and it will be continued to use for fair share participation in transportation improvements and local transportation improvements within our community.
Okay, so then it wouldn't be in the CEQA analysis, but it still would be on our checklist of things that the developer has to address.
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect, thank you. That's my comments.
Okay, next item, Vice Mayor Lau, I think you also pulled D.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So
Make sure you speak inside the mic, Vice Mayor, because when you turn, we can't hear you.
Staff
But we're having difficulty hearing you, Vice Mayor.
So we have from SB1 700, almost 710,000. But it's just it's a webinar by American Public Works Association. So what is the new innovative way and also sustainable way for street payments. According to them, they can save a lot of money because they don't have to use new material and just tear down the old layer of the payments and to the base, and they can do it in a very short period of time. So I was wondering if we are going to use that method, and so can we have more street paid for the cost of 107 10,000 for this amount of money from SB1.
All right. Hello, Mayor, council members, and online audience. My name is Greg DeVink, the Public Works Director, and I will talk about the future of our pavement program for a minute because I think it explains generally what you've been asking. I couldn't hear clearly everything. But we, as you know, are radically rethinking our approach to street maintenance overall. And as you know, a few years ago, only 2 years ago, we were just removing streets and rejuvenating the base and then putting back 3 inches of asphalt in one lift. And I don't think that was getting us the longevity and the quality and the life cycle that we really need. So we've changed our approach to the worst streets, and we do rejuvenate all the base material under the existing asphalt. We pulverize the asphalt and we cement treat the base. So we don't need to remove 8 inches of material under the asphalt and bring in all new fresh material and a lot of trucking and fueling and costs and waste and disposal. So it's a much more efficient way of rejuvenating the base material, stabilizing it, making it firm. And then we're putting back 4 inches instead of 3, and we're doing that in 2 lifts, which gets you a much smoother finish and a much longer life cycle of the street. And the current project we're doing right now just capped the streets this week and last week. And if you drive some of those roads, you'll notice they're smoother, I think, than a lot of other roads that we've paved in recent years. And they should last a lot longer. And in addition to that, council approved a very new technology of adding fiber into the mix. So our top layer of asphalt put fiber in there. We had the manufacturer's rep come out from the fiber company, and he said it was looking right, and he was playing with it. And he verified that the mill where we get the asphalt material from has performed very well in their history of adding the right amount of fiber to the mix. So I'm thinking the streets we just paved are going to last a lot longer and be smoother than what we've done in prior years. And we do use some new technology to get this. Second from that, this represents about half of our paving program. And we use this money for the worst streets, which are the ones that are fully being removed and replaced. But as I said in a prior council meeting, we will never catch up. Streets are falling apart faster than we can replace them. And that's where we are today, where a lot of our streets are in terrible condition. So our program has evolved where this year, and I'm going to guess around October, we will be putting on a recycled rubber membrane over our medium streets and then coating it with a fiber reinforced slurry. It's much, much more cost effective. To give you an order of magnitude, we're estimating this project to do about 12 road miles of streets. It's about 1/6 of our entire city versus spending even more money on the Great Streets Phase 2 currently in construction. That's spending a little bit more than what we have budgeted for this coating, and it's doing 2 miles. So we're going to get 10 more miles this year, not full remove and replace, but we are using recycled materials, very cost effective. We're going to greatly extend the life of our medium streets so they don't degrade to be very expensive poor streets. So to answer your question, we are looking into recycled products, rejuvenating materials on site, and being extremely cost efficient with our materials and design. And the last thing is we have also evolved into designing these projects in-house and inspecting and managing them in-house. I think we're saving a couple $100,000 on consultants, and I think we're getting top quality work out of it as well. So you've given me an opportunity to brag about Public Works, and you know I'm always going to take it. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Greg. It's amazing. You're doing a great job. But however, I witnessed one job is done right next door to St. Gabriel. It's Las Tunas from Muscatel past Rosemead to Sultana. And I saw them did it, in one evening. Okay, just one night. They finished the whole street with I'm not sure it's a rubberized asphalt because it's so smooth and it's just so comfortable drive down on that last section of the Las Tunas. My question is, can we do the same thing? Can we do a street overnight without extend to a month or 2 months or 3 months?
The answer is, well, I'm not 100% certain of all their impacts. We generally, my understanding is we haven't done night work. It is extremely loud. Your house will shake while you're trying to sleep. But night or day doesn't really change that much as far as production. It's actually a little harder to work in the dark. You have to bring in light towers. But if they work, continuously, continuous shifts, they can get a lot more done. That is not the norm in resurfacing, and I don't know if they use rubber asphalt. They may have, and while it's environmentally sounds good, it is quite a bit more expensive. It adds like 10% to the job. It does make a quieter running surface, but on major streets where there's lots of stop and go traffic, it tends to shove a little more. It yields more easily, and we've all been on streets where you see strange rutting at traffic lights or stop signs, and if you have too much rubber, that can happen more easily. But it is a nice surface. We're looking into it. We are putting a rubberized coating on our streets around October for many miles of streets.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your hard work. One last question. I think I asked you last year, are we done with the streets in the south? Because again, I don't see too many streets in the south, all of them in the north side. So are we pretty much done with the street project in the south side of the city?
The answer is no. Our plan for this coming project around October, you'll see streets largely spread out through the entire city. Part of our funding is CDBG, Community Development Block Grant money, and that is restricted to the lower socioeconomic neighborhoods, so we have to use it in those areas. It has restricted use by location. We will be doing more in the south. The big focus, if I had to say where we're concentrated, it's more in the city, in the center of the city for this coming project, just below above Mission and south of the Great Trench. That neighborhood's getting a very high concentration of what we're coming to do with what's called an ARAM overlay and slurry seal. But the projects will be spread all over the city. And this project, what we've asked for you to approve tonight is a list of streets. But even with this year's funding and last year's funding combined, we can only do about a quarter of what's on this list because these are the very worst streets. They are very expensive to deal with. This is a situation we're trying to control and stop from happening.
Okay, well, I mentioned several times already, we can utilize Major M, the county sales tax. We receive 600,000 every year. Maybe we can bond that money for 3 to 5 years, maybe $5 million, and we can fix majority of the streets in the city. Thank you very much. And well, that's all.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor. Let me just ask, any other council member like to opine on or have questions on item D? I hear none. Okay, next item was E. Councilmember Ding, did you have a question on D?
Yeah. So I saw that okay. But based on Greg, you told me also on the listing of the street, so we only can do the partial of that, or all the street will we do that this year?
This item that we're discussing right now has sufficient funding to do about a quarter of the streets that are on that list. They are the worst streets in the city, and they're very expensive to deal with.
So only quarter street. You're listing like one is for the 19 to 20. Then the new location, you have like 5 street on that, right?
Yes.
Based on attachment B, okay. So, so even listing the only we can do the just quarter, not the.
Yes. You can see on page 3, there's a cost estimate to do all these streets of $5.4 million. And we have about 1.4 million to work with.
Wow, okay. So 5.4, but recently we only have the like 700,000, right? For minus.
Well, that's this particular grant, SB1. We get around 700,000 a year. We do have last year's money, so we're combining that.
Okay.
To one better project. We get a slightly better unit price if we combine years, because 700,000 for this type of work is pretty small.
Okay. So combined last year, how much total we have for the
we have about 1.4 million in SB1 money. We do have a lot of grant money, a variety of grant money. Councilmember Liao mentioned Measure M, but we have gas tax and other funds we use. But we're trying to do other projects with that street, preservative projects, but we need more than we get.
Okay, so estimate how much we can get for the current fiscal year.
The Great Streets Phase 2, which is in construction right now and almost done, that's spent around $1.4 million. The Cumming project, that'll be in around October, which is going to be a capping and slurry seal project. It has about 1.3 million also. And then what you're talking about, this item right here, is another 1.4, but we're not going to get to this construction till the year 21.
Okay. But this is a project estimated how much cost, but my question is, what's the estimate how much total you have the fund to repair the street?
I would say annually we're between $2.5 and $3 million. $2.5
to $3 million. Okay.
And all of it is grant funds, no general funds.
Okay. So, included, you listed all the street, the street miles, how many miles? Total street miles.
In the city?
Yeah, that's another next question. The whole city, I want to know how many miles is on the street was San Gabriel City.
I think it's approximately 70.
70 miles. Okay. So based on your project, the 19 to the next year, that it's this street total, I think it's have the A street and 13th Street. This street you plan to how many miles?
About 2.
Just only 2 miles? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, these are the worst streets. So the very worst streets cost about 700,000 a mile, and we have 1.4 million. So I can do about 2 miles of all these streets.
Okay. So
there's a lot more than 2 listed.
Okay. This 2 mile, we just only paving or to redo it?
That 2 miles is full remove and replace. We reconstruct the base material and bring in a whole new street.
Okay.
That's our only choice with these streets. They rate very bad.
So based on that, based on our current budget, if we just set 70 miles, our whole city, just estimate if everything we do replace, but another reality. If we divide the 2 miles, we need to spend 35 years to replace everything. Every street.
No, not exactly.
Not exactly.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ding and Councilmember Pu, did you have?
I just wanted to suggest that perhaps we bring back a study session item on overall pavement management program and streets and how we plan our current plan for street rehabilitation. I I know it's usually the role of the city attorney to say this, but we are kind of going afield of simply authorizing the list of streets for the SB1 funding, but there, as Director DeVink has mentioned, there's many different sources, and to get the full picture, you kind of need to go into a deeper dive of the full pavement management program and how the CDBG funds fit with this SB1 funds, Measure M, and gas tax, and so forth and so on. But that's not what's before us right now. All we're really doing is authorizing the list of streets, and we're not even going to get through them this year, as has been mentioned. So I feel like we should, do that deeper dive at a later date when it's more appropriate.
Councilmember Ding, will that work for you if we just try to bring it back? Because we do have our public hearing that's ahead of us, and we need to focus on just approving.
Yeah, I just want like a very simple view. Okay, I don't asking the really detail, just asking some like a long-term view, just briefly based on. Sorry, because I just get on like 2 months, so maybe I don't know the previous what they discussed, but I just hope, because this is a good example for me to have the vision for our city, the street paving and how to replace it. But I understand it. Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm sure Greg would be happy to meet with you separately. I know I've met with him in the past. He's got charts. He's got every color you can imagine, kind of describing the rating for each street. So I would recommend to meet with him separately, and you can really do, as Councilmember Pu said, the deep dive. And then if but we should also have a discussion session at a later time to kind of bring everything together once we know how the funding is being impacted by the pandemic. But that's what I would recommend, Councilmember Ding. Does that work for you?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
We can do later. Okay.
Great.
Just contact me and I can meet with you almost any day.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
And then the next item, Vice Mayor Lau, E.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this morning I had a webinar with the California Local Economic Development Director, and also it's called a Housing Community Development Specialist. So they offer $19 million to all the cities, and it's non-competitive. It's free for anyone who wants to apply. And so far, very few cities have applied. So, and the deadline is August 31st. So we have about maybe a couple months to do that. And it's really a simple form. And this fund is called CDBG-CV1. CV1. Okay, so yeah, there's money available, just like the other one, the LIP is called the Local Early Action Planning Grants, and our city can receive $150,000 as long as we apply. And there are already 471 cities already have applied for that LIP grant, but this CDBG CV1, I don't think we have applied. And my question to Armene is, can we also apply for this and for the small business grants, because they want to, the purpose of this grant is for helping the economy, for small business, for reopening of their businesses. And that's what we're doing right now. So if we can get additional grant from the state, maybe that will be even better, because we can use that money to buy even PPE for all the staff or the first responders, and yeah, we can use that. And also we can use a program to, we can fight against COVID-19, and any program that we use for that money, and we can apply for this CDBG CB1. That's
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but how does that relate to establishing a subcommittee? I mean, that could be part of the discussion. But
no, it is. So that's my question. So we already have the money, 180,000, and we divide into 3 different programs. But one of them, of course, is the helping the small business, right? But if we apply, like I said, they're desperate for cities to get that money. So if we apply, we might be able to get more funding for helping our small business in city of St. Gabriel. So yeah, I hope staff can look into this, and so maybe we can have more funding for helping our small businesses. And the second question is, because we have 1885 businesses, okay? So if it's divided by 5 city council member, every one of us have to deliver 377 businesses in the city of St. Gabriel. Okay, I can do it in 1 week, no problem. I'll go from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock evening, and I'll visit all these businesses. But it's hard. It's hard for some other council member. They have to work. They have family. They have other commitments. And right now it's very difficult because some of the business is not even open. Because maybe they're scared of this COVID-19, or maybe they couldn't find employees. So I don't know what would be the most appropriate way to disseminating all these information, the 10 points talk, and to all the businesses.
Council Member Leah, I'm actually going to let Dominica answer that. She's been working on this item, and she's got some ideas of ways we can do the canvassing, because you're absolutely right. That's quite a bit of businesses, and especially right now where safety is the utmost priority for all of us. She can share some ideas of some of the ideas we have of how we could do the outreach. So Dominica, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Armine. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Dominica Magradician, Economic Development Manager. With your blessing tonight, staff will look to schedule the first virtual meeting of the ad hoc subcommittee for later this week, schedules permitting. And as Armine alluded to earlier during the COVID-19 briefing, in light of the current surge of COVID-19 cases, I think some of the staff recommendations are the initial outreach for the ad hoc committee to consider might be more flexible and just safer in nature. So virtual outreach, mailing some of the pamphlets and information out, really tapping into our newsletter subscriptions. We toyed with the idea of hosting a couple of drive-through events where people can drive through and pick up some of the materials. And then when it's safer to do so, staff would work with the ad hoc committee as well as the rest of council that has expressed interest in participating in outreach efforts, as well as the Chamber of Commerce and some of our community partners to really help get the word out. Mayor Menchaca, you mentioned that you wanted us to really focus on reaching out to the nonprofit organizations, maybe look into some of the food banks and other resources. So this is going to be a good opportunity to really partner with community members too, and our partners in the community to help get the word out. And so that's what we're going to be approaching the subcommittee with later this week.
Great. Thank you for bringing it back to the subcommittee, Dominica.
Thank you. Last question, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So, yeah, so, we have $2,500 allocated from this CDBG grant. And, because of the limited amount of money, well, I don't know if it's better using first come, first serve, or by lottery. We're going to have a lottery drawing. Are we going to do it in public? Are we going to announce it in public and let people know that we're doing this transparently and there's no hidden secrets at all? So how are we going to conduct this lottery drawing?
Thank you for your question. Staff went ahead and reached out to a few other agencies that have already had their allocations given to the community as a form of best practices to learn from them really what their issues were, any obstacles or pitfalls that they fell into. So while we're still working on finalizing our program guidelines and getting them blessed by LACTA so that we can finalize and open up the applications, that's definitely something that was at the forefront of our considerations. At this point, our guidelines include a lottery system where applicants self-qualify, provide initial information. We then do a automated generated lottery system and follow up to then have staff qualify applicants. The concern that another agency ran into where they did a public lottery system, because you're not sure, let's say you have 50 forms of assistance to give out and you pull 50 numbers, but 20 of those don't actually qualify, then you have the issue of needing to do another drawing. And this way, when we have a list, we can start from the beginning. And when you're making it equitable, everyone can access the application at the same time. That's why we're keeping it open for 4 weeks time to make sure everyone has the ability, the time to apply to it, but also doing the lottery system allows us to then follow up with those possible recipients and make sure that we can qualify them.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no further questions, I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, Sharon, did you catch that? Not sure who seconded, but you had quite a few.
I didn't catch it, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Pu, second.
Okay, great, that's it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pu. Okay, Assistant City Clerk Bonus, please take the vote.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, next item.
Mayor, may I
Okay,
request
Sherry.
a 5-minute recess?
Oh, okay. Let's take a 5-minute recess. It is 8:30, and we have a long evening ahead, it looks like. If we could just take a 5-minute recess, and Jonathan, can you do what's appropriate?
Sure.
The meeting has resumed. We are now on item 5. Chief City Clerk, please, next item.
Appeal of planning case number SPR 18-063, site plan review for 1065 Kendall Drive. Appellant Sunil Varma, Hui-Ling Chen, Isela Bowles, and Don Decker. The staff presentation will be made by Assistant Planner Anthony Alvarado.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing. City Attorney Keith Lemure, please explain the nature of this hearing and the rules to be followed.
I'm going to have a guest star help me out with this for this item. Assistant City Attorney Lloyd Pilchin will be making the presentation. Lloyd, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Keith. Good evening, Mayor Menchaca and council members. So I have 3 items to describe to you in my summary of this item. I'll describe the order of this hearing and other procedural matters. I'll describe the findings needed for any city decision, and then I'll describe a particular technical issue about building height. That is one of the issues on the appeal. So first, the order of the presentations tonight comes from the City Council's rules of order, and they describe that first is a staff presentation. Council can then ask questions or interrupt staff if you like. Then comes the applicant. There's an applicant and there's an appellant. I think I'm going to call the applicant the homeowner because those 2 words sound too much alike. So the homeowner and the appellant who filed the appeal each get 30 minutes. The rules of order in the resolution seem that they're a bit lacking in describing the appellant, the appellant having an opportunity to speak. It seems like oftentimes the appeal is filed by the landowner if they're unhappy with their decision. And in these rules of order, it describes only like as an afterthought that if there's an opponent, they get equal time to be heard. So I'm going to suggest that if, Madam Mayor, if you or your colleagues would like to hear the appellant first, since that's the only reason we're all here tonight is because of the appellant. And so if it makes sense to hear the appellant's concerns first and then let the homeowner address them after, and I don't think it would do great damage to the rules of order to switch those 2 around. But in any case, those 2, the homeowner and the appellant, get 30 minutes each. Then they each get a 10-minute rebuttal, and then the public hearing would be open to public comment by the general public, 3 minutes each. The rebuttals, if I failed to mention, are 10 minutes each. One more procedural issue. The municipal code states that the appeal to City Council must be heard within 30 days. Staff needed a little bit more time to get the PowerPoints ready, so they asked the 2 parties, the appellant and the homeowner, if they were okay with the July 7 hearing. The homeowner graciously agreed to July 7, and the appellant, maybe it was a misunderstanding, but the appellant thought that maybe they were being asked when they would most like to have the hearing, and they asked for more time to prepare. So really all staff was wanting to know was whether they were available tonight, and they were. So I just want to suggest that if the appellant does decide to ask you, the council, for a continuance, it's not impossible, but there is a little bit of a problem with the 30-day requirement in the municipal code, which we are already past, which is likely intended to protect the landowners so that their approval is not put on hold indefinitely. Okay, that's enough with procedural matters, and next is findings. So the decision before you is a design review decision on site plan review. Any city decision, and I'm sure I'm just giving you all a review, any city land use decision has to be supported supported by written findings, and these ensure that the decision is not arbitrary and capricious, that it's based on the code required findings for what the code requires for an approval. And we can go through those, and staff will go through them with you. Planning staff will go with them through them with you as well. But I just want to emphasize that design review made its findings to approve the site plan review. I was at the last two hearings, and they were pretty exacting. They did not give their approval right away. They sent the architect back to the drawing board, but they ultimately found that it satisfied the findings, and they made their findings in the affirmative. If City Council wishes to overturn that decision, it must be supported by findings. So in that sense, I would just encourage the council members that if anyone is inclined to go in the direction of overturning the decision, I would encourage you to have some back and forth with staff, with me during this hearing to try to fit your concerns into one of the statutory findings, because on the legal side, what we care about is a defensible decision. Whether it's approving the project or denying the project, we just want to make sure that it's defensible. The findings essentially are conformance with the general plan, the municipal code, and most particularly the city's design guidelines, which can get technical, and that's why we've got expert staff available to help with that. Okay, last item, building height. This is one of the issues on appeal, and it involves part of the decision that was made to approve this residential project. The municipal code sets forth how you measure building height. Basically, you've got to have a point at the low end of the house on the ground where to measure from, and then you go to the high point of the house. There's exceptions. For example, a chimney doesn't count in height. There's two places where how to measure building height is described in the municipal code. And the first one is the general definitions in the zoning code. Building height, those two words, is a defined term in the beginning of the zoning code. Building height is defined as the vertical distance measured from the average natural grade of the lot. This is a common thing you see in zoning codes all over the place. The average grade of the lot to the highest point of the structure. Then it says in the same definition, in cases of ambiguity, building height will be determined by the community development director. Now, the code doesn't even need to say that. This is called a director's determination. No zoning code can address every single situation that planners encounter. So there's always going to be something that's a little different, that doesn't make sense, that the code doesn't fit to perfectly. So there is provision for something called a director's determination, which is appealable. So if the director makes a determination on something and the homeowner doesn't like it, they can appeal it, typically to Planning Commission and then further to City Council. In this case, the decision was made by the Design Review. The director's determination was followed by the Design Review Commission, and now it's on appeal to you. All right, so what was unique? I would ask the John or Anthony, whoever's controlling the PowerPoint, to turn to either planning slide 6 or overall slide 16, which is the Google Street view of the house. I'm not looking at what you all are seeing, so if someone could tell me when that slide is visible. There's a black pickup.
Slide 6. Slide is visible.
There should be a black pickup truck shown in the foreground.
It's there, Lloyd.
Okay, super. Okay, so what I want to point out to you, this is the subject property here between the two driveways is the subject property. What I want to point out to you here is that we have the natural grade of the land, but we have a street that cuts through the natural grade, leaving a retaining wall to support the natural grade. So you have a natural grade where the trees are and where the house is in the background, and then you have the retaining wall. The road is what's unnatural. The road was cut through. This was not, the retaining wall is not there because someone built up, put fill in to build a higher land for their property. No, the property is the natural land. The road is what was cut through. So here's the ambiguity in the code. I described to you how you define building height in the general definition of building height. But then the code also has a section for the R1 zone. And for the R1 zone, it's a somewhat stricter building height. Instead of measuring from the average natural grade, it says to measure from the lowest adjoining grade. So if the surface ground around the perimeter of the house varies from low to high, you'll measure from the lowest, okay? But then 2 paragraphs down, it states, the adjoining grade shall be the elevation of the top of the curb adjacent. It just says curb adjacent property, but it seems to mean the curb adjacent to the property. So if you look back at the street view, now we have a problem because now we're not looking at the adjoining land along the perimeter of the house. Now we're told to go to the curb on the street in front of the house, which staff found is artificially low and would really be, we could call it a hardship on the homeowner because it would be this, it would push down the height of the house to, based on this curb, the location of the curb, the height of the curb, simply because that's what the R1 zone section says. So the staff found that this would be unfair and not contemplated by the code. That clearly when they said go to the curb, they meaning the drafters of the code, were likely thinking of a flat property where it probably wouldn't make a difference whether you went to the top of curb or to the ground right next to the house. Notice that when you look at the street view, the property does slope down, actually all across the neighborhood, slopes down from the houses toward the front. So even when you get to the retaining wall, you're still lower than the natural adjoining land adjoining the house. You're still lower. What staff determined was that it would be reasonable and fair in this case, instead of using the top of curb, to use the top of the retaining wall. They relied on the definition of building height that says in cases of ambiguity, the building height will be determined by the community development director. So the director made a director's determination that in this case, using the top of curb would be overly harsh on the design of this house. So that's something that the appellants are bringing up in their appeal that is one of their concerns. One last thing, and then I'll turn it over, which is I spoke with the Homeowners Council this afternoon. I noticed that the Design Review Commission's decision does not have a standard city condition of approval, which is that which requires the homeowner to indemnify and defend the city in case of a judicial challenge. My understanding, or what I heard, was that the Homeowners Council agreed that that's a standard condition and had no difficulty with that, but he can confirm that. So if the decision of the council is to deny the appeal and uphold the Design Review Commission's decision, I would ask that it include a standard indemnity and defense condition approved by the city attorney. If you have any questions, otherwise we're ready to move on to staff's presentation.
I have a question, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington?
I wanted to clarify the second part, Lloyd, where you said the findings.
Yes.
Those are
Oh.
findings we have to make either way, to the positive, or I'm trying to figure out what you mean by make the findings.
Okay, thank you, council member. So let me pull them up here. Okay, got it. So there are, these findings, by the way, are in the municipal code for approval of site plan review. So let's call them statutory. If the decision of the council is to uphold the decision of the Design Review Commission, you may simply uphold the findings that have been made by the Design Review Commission. I'll just give you a quick rundown of the five findings. The first
So that means this is
is
not a de novo review then, right?
it is a de novo review, which means that, yes, you can adjust your findings any way you like.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get at. Okay, gotcha.
Would you like me to do a quick run through? I won't read every word of them, but I'll give you a quick summary of each one if you like.
My question was whether we had to make the restate the positive findings, or if we could modify them. That's why I was asking whether it's de novo.
Yeah, you may absolutely modify them, and I believe staff has put together a draft resolution based on staff's recommendation to uphold the approval, and it includes the findings, and it's in your staff report.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes,
Or
Councilmember Poe?
Thank you. Lloyd, I've re-looked at the city codes in this section, and I refer to section 153.352, which is labeled applicability. And it refers to basically building permits or construction permits. And my question is, so I recognize what you're saying, that there are two different definitions in the code of building height. However, in this second section where you're talked about going to the adjoining lot or the neighboring lot curb, there's this applicability that seems to apply with respect to this entire what do I want to say, an article of the code regarding design review, and it talks mostly about just building permit and construction permits that requires a precise plan of design or site plan review. And so my question is, how does that play into the analysis?
Okay, so thank you, council member. So this section has to do with the relationship between the building department and the planning department. And if Greg DeVink is on the line, he can jump in if he wants to correct anything I say. The building department, they're the ones that do the plan check and issue building permits. They have a checklist in front of them. And for some projects, if precise plan of design or site plan review is required, they have a checklist saying, did the applicant get this approval from the from community development department? So that's what the applicant, the homeowner, is here for now, is they're getting their site plan review. Once they have it, if they have it in hand, then they can go to the building department counter and get their plan checked and pull a building permit. But the building department will not issue any building permit until they see that the homeowner's gone through this planning process.
I see. So in other words, you're saying this doesn't, it's actually a mislabeled section, because it's really referring to when, because and for members of the public, and as we know, there are two different stages where you first get your site plan review, and whether that's approved, and if that gets approved, then you move forward to trying to get your building permit. So you're saying that 153.352 simply ties those two things together, rather than colors the applicability of the entire section, let's say the entire title, meaning 153.350 through 153.358.
Right. So I think I agree with the first one you said, the former, which is that the way you put it, that it ties them together, because the way I'm reading 352 is it's telling the homeowner the consequence. If you don't get site plan review, you will get no building permit.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, were there any other questions from council members for Lloyd? Okay, if not, if I see none or I hear none. Let me invite now Assistant Planner Anthony Alvarado to present the staff report.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Anthony Alvarado, and I am the Assistant Planner in the Planning Division. The public hearing item before you tonight is an appeal of the DRC approval of planning case number SPR 18-063 for a large site plan review to construct a new two-story residence at 1065 Kendall Drive. Slide number 2, please. The project site is located at the end of the cul-de-sac on Kendall Drive. The property is zoned R1 for single-family residential, and the property has a general land use designation of low-density residential. The red dashed lines shown on both of the images on your screen identify the city boundary between the city of San Gabriel to the right and the city of San Marino to the left. Slide number 3, please. The project is bordered by single-family dwelling units to the north, east, south, and west of the project site. Slide number 4, please. The following slide shows street view for all 4 of those properties that border the project site. Slide number 5, please. The photos above show the adjacent properties as it relates to the subject property. The photo to the left shows the property on the west, and the photo to the right shows the property on the east. Slide number 6, please. This is a slide showing the street view. I know our city attorney already kind of discussed this, showing the subject property in the middle and those 2 adjacent properties to the right. Slide number 7, please. The original plans for this project were submitted on August 9th, 2018. After multiple resubmittals and rounds of comments, the owner decided to hire a new architect to take over the project design. On June 24th, the DRC originally considered the proposed project. The project was continued to the July 22nd, 2019 meeting. At that meeting, staff recommended that the DRC continue the item to a date uncertain. During both of the first 2 meetings, there were a number of members of the public that expressed concerns over things such as bulk and mass, height, and privacy. Because of this, on August 5th, 2019, staff decided to hold about a 2-hour long community meeting to discuss the project. Members of staff, the applicant team, and members of the public that had raised previous concerns had a chance to discuss the project and any concerns that they may have had regarding it. On January 6, 2020, the Design Review Commission held a special meeting at which time staff recommended denial for the project due to issues with compatibility with the neighborhood and design issues. The DRC decided to continue the project and directed the applicant to make changes to it. It was after this that on May 18, 2020, the project was considered again by the DRC and approved with a vote of 5-0. Slide number 8, please. On May 28, 2020, the appellant group identified as Sunil Varma, Hui-Ling Chen, Isela, and Don Decker filed an appeal of the DRC's approval of the project. In the appeal application, the appellant has identified 4 factors In brief, those points include the proposed design does not meet the requirements of the San Gabriel Municipal Code and would overwhelm the surrounding neighborhood. The second is at the May 18th DRC meeting, the DRC did not address issues raised by the public, stating that the comments were made from previous drafts of the plans. The third one is what our city attorney was mentioning. The project does not meet the height requirement according to section 153.035 of the municipal code. The fourth is that the proposed project does not meet the garage requirements for new construction. The full appeal application and reason for the appeal can be found in attachment K of your packets tonight. Can I go to slide number 9, please? Okay. The image to the left shows the proposed site plan on the irregularly shaped lot. The architectural style of the home was changed to a more composite architectural style as shown on the front elevation located to the right of the screen. These changes were made at the urging of our consulting city architect, since the low-pitched hip roof design results in a significant reduction in the perceived mass of the structure as compared to the originally proposed steeply pitched gable roof. And later on in the presentation, I'll show those two images together. As mentioned in the previous slide, one of the reasons for the appeal was the garage not meeting the size requirement for new construction. Section 153.049 does state that new garage spaces shall have an internal dimension of 10 feet by 20 feet. However, it also states that this only applies when a new garage space is required by the construction of additional bedrooms and shall not be a minimum dimension standard to existing garages. The existing house is a 3-bedroom house, and the proposed project is proposing a 3-bedroom house. Can I go to slide number 10, please? The following sketches were provided by our consulting city architect and included as part of the conditions of approval for this project. The applicant has agreed that they would incorporate the sketches into their plans. These revisions were provided at the May 18th DRC meeting. This allowed the DRC to see the changes that were made by the applicant team, while also ensuring that the applicant team worked with both city staff and the consulting city architect to ensure that this incorporation is reflected on the construction documents that are submitted for building permits during the building plan check phase. Can I go to slide number 11, please? Okay, and this is the image, this is the slide showing the images from the January 6th DRC meeting to the May 18th approved DRC meeting. Can I go to slide number 12, please? The following slide shows the development standards as identified in the R1 zone. The project is not overbuilt for the lot as demonstrated by compliance with the established development standards for the R1 zone. The proposed project meets the development standards shown on the chart. Project was redesigned to increase the second floor setbacks to meet the 10-foot requirement, whereas previously in previous versions of the plans, they were looking to utilize a 45-degree angle measurement, but due to the slope, it was really hard to identify on the plans. So they changed the plan to meet that 10-foot requirement. The project design also allows for generous front and rear yard setbacks, approximately 35 feet for the front and 48 feet for the rear. Okay, can I go to slide number? Can I go to slide number 6, please, John? Really quick, kind of going back. Thank you. Okay, and this is something I'm going to touch on really quick because our city attorney already discussed this topic. As he mentioned, one of the key issues in the appeal is the measurement of the height. There are separate sections of the code that make reference to this height. The section in the R1 zone and the definition section. The definition section applies to all zones and some lots in particular zones. Applies to all lots in the different particular zones, in this case, the R1 zone, but it does mention the cases of ambiguity. So I think that our city attorney did a good job at explaining that. So I'm gonna kind of move on from that. John, can you please go to slide number 13 now, please? Thank you. The following is a summary of the changes that were made to the project from the time it was presented at the January 6th DRC meeting to the time that it was approved at the May 18th DRC meeting. The FAR was revised. It actually increased, but that's because they added some square footage, and this is also incorporating the balcony. The balcony would be included in the FAR. The maximum height was lowered from the January meeting, approximately 1.5 feet. The proposed style was changed to a more composite style, which features a low-pitched hip roof paired with a flat roof at the rear of the residence. It's, as I mentioned before, 10-foot setbacks for the second story, and the roof and building modifications for consistency with these changes that were made to both the first and second floor plans. Can I go to slide number 14, please? The following diagrams on this slide display the changes that were made to the proposed project during the same time frame from the January to the May meeting. The red framed elevations on the top show these elevations as they were presented at the January meeting. The elevations highlighted with the blue show the changes as they are, or the elevations as they are now after those changes were made. And John, if you could also go to slide number 15, this shows the same change, same timeline, just with the north elevation and the south elevation. John, can I go to number 16, please? As part of the review process, any project subject to the DRC review must have a neighborhood analysis conducted within a 300-foot radius of the property. A total of 16 properties shown in pink were identified as having a two-story structure on their parcel. Photos of these properties have been included as part of your attachments, as part of your packet tonight. It is worth noting that 7 of these properties do fall within the city of San Marino's jurisdiction, and the other 9 lie within the city of San Gabriel. It is also worth noting that 4 of the 7 properties within San Gabriel are towards the end of the cul-de-sac, at the end of the cul-de-sac at Kendall Drive. Can I go to slide number 17, please? The proposed project site has a land use designation of low density residential and meets community design goal 10.3, as shown on the slide in front of you. Can I go to slide number 18, please? The project is exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act per guideline section 15303, class 3 for new construction or conversion of small structures. Slide number 19, please. A mailing notice was sent out to property owners within a 300-foot radius of the project site. The meeting was also noticed in the San Gabriel Sun and posted at the project site in the image shown on the screen. The meeting agenda was posted at City Hall, San Gabriel Public Library, the San Gabriel Post Office, and on the city website. Staff did receive public comments from members of the public for the specific May 18th DRC meeting. Those have been included as attachment M in your packets. Public correspondence that had been submitted prior to the May 18th meeting has been included as attachment O. Additionally, staff wants to add that staff did receive letters from 3 members of the appellant team for tonight's meeting. One of these letters was provided as attachment P So we were able to include that as part of your packets tonight. The other two were sent by Mr. Decker and Ms. Chen. They have been received and they've been forwarded to the City Council. They just haven't been assigned their own attachment, but they have been assigned, forwarded over to the council tonight. Okay, to that end, staff recommends that the City Council, oh, I'm sorry, John, can you go to slide number 20, please? Thank you. To that end, staff recommends that the City Council deny by minute motion the appeal and approve planning case number SPR 18-063 for a site plan review based on the finding set forth herein. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This concludes staff's presentation. I do want to mention that our consulting city architect and multiple members of staff are on the line, and we are all here if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with the clarifying questions from City Council to staff. So I will start with Vice Mayor Lau. Any clarifying questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering then, has the analysis of the mean height of the lot been done, and how does that compare to the top of the retaining wall?
So we did look at the average of the lot, and it was about 101. So if you look at your project or a copy of the plans, it's actually going to be very close to where the lowest adjoining grade of the actual building is. So what staff did is we actually looked at the average between that point and the top of curb, which in turn would be the retaining wall where we landed on.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm confused. As I understand it, the property slopes downward from north to south. And then from the grading drawings that we do have, it looks as if that the grade is quite significant, especially towards the sort of back half of the lot, the northernmost portion of the lot.
Yes, that is correct, council member. So it does slope from, I think you said, the north to the south. The average would be close to the 101.23, the lowest grade at the proposed building. Where we're measuring it from is actually lower than that. So the lower point is from the top of the retaining wall at from the sea level elevation 99.
I see. So in other words, the average grade of the lot is actually a higher it's a higher point than the top of the retaining wall.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So in other words, if we use the average grade of the lot, it would actually allow the homeowner to build even higher.
Correct.
Versus the point that was used, which is the top of the retaining wall, which actually has a tendency to reduce the height of the structure that's being proposed.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Pu. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to go back to Lloyd. I'm still want to clarify this. Regarding the de novo review, I saw the findings in attachment A. So we have to actually make each one of these findings or agree with each one of these findings in order to deny the appeal, correct?
That's correct.
So if we find that they fail on one, is that sufficient to approve the appeal, or would we send it back, or what is the process?
Okay, that's a good point. To approve requires making all 6 findings in the affirmative. So that means that you said it right, that if the city council decides that one of these findings cannot be made in the affirmative, then that would be a granting of the appeal and denying the project.
Okay, yeah, that's why I wanted to get that straight from a process before we get into the actual questions. So I had a clarifying question, actually quite a few. There's a lot of documents here. And I don't know if I should ask you, Lloyd, or Armine, because, you know, according to this, it's the community development director that makes the decision on building height. So would that be a legal question, or is that a community development director question?
You can put it out there and we'll see who's best for it.
Okay, because I wanted to know under the definitions, under 153.003, can staff determine how tall a single family house should be under that definition? 153.003.
Let me take a crack at that. This is Lloyd. So here's the full sentence in 153.003, the definition of building height, and this is the last sentence of the paragraph. In cases of ambiguity and for unique architectural elements, the determination of building height will be determined by the community development director. So that really describes two cases, only two cases, where the community development director can decide where, how to determine building height. So really the director is not just deciding on how high a building should be. The director is saying, how should the required building height be measured? So I think that's the distinction there. And it's got to be based on either some ambiguity, some inexactness of the code and how it fits to the facts, or unique architectural elements, which would be something like a chimney, some ornament that is unique. And the question would come up, and does height have to count that ornament or not?
So the answer then is there's no height given under 153.003.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So 153.003 simply defines how it's measured.
So it's
you have to have a low point and a high point to measure building height, and then it leaves it to the other sections of the code, depending on the zone, as to what that height is.
Okay, so the ambiguity is not in an appurtenance or something like that, like a chimney or an architectural feature, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then when we get to 153.035, can you describe to me the ambiguity in that code?
Yeah, sure. Let me pull up the words in front of me. Okay. Maximum height limit. Yeah, well, the way I see it is there's two things that I would call inexact or ambiguous. One is that the first paragraph goes to the trouble of describing, where am I here? Shall be measured from the lowest adjoining grade. Okay, so 153.035 goes to the trouble of saying the lowest adjoining grade. That's much more specific than saying the average of the entire lot, or just leaving it be the adjoining grade and let the staff decide where on the adjoining grade. They're very specific, the lowest adjoining grade. So then why does it later then take you away from the adjoining grade and put you onto the top of the curb? The two don't seem to work well together. They may as well have just said top of the curb in front of the house to begin with, and not even specify lowest adjoining grade. So that's ambiguous there. The other thing that I agreed with staff is quite ambiguous is that it doesn't address every possible fact situation that the code encounters. And this property appeared to be something that was not contemplated, and that the using top of curb in this case would have been overly restrictive. Staff could have forced the applicant to request a variance. Staff felt that this was the fault of the code to not address every situation, and that it would be just asking too much of a hardship to force the applicant to go through the hoops of requesting a variance. Given that the definition of building height allows the director to make a determination in such cases.
So in section 153.035, when it says the lowest adjoining grade, and then obviously the word lowest was omitted from part C, but it says the adjoining grade shall be the elevation from the top of the curb. That doesn't seem ambiguous to me. It seems like it's defining what the lowest adjoining grade is. So I fail to find the ambiguity.
And you know, I certainly don't disagree that there are arguments to be made. That's I'm just saying that it was a reasonable determination by the director in this case. That was our view of it.
But that's reasonable if it's ambiguous. That's an if. It's an if-then statement. If you determine this to be ambiguous, then it's reasonable. So I guess my next question along those lines, and this might be for Armine, if you use the lowest adjoining grade, could you build a house under 28 feet from the lowest adjoining grade at the curb? A 2-story.
Or that might be a question for the homeowner's architect.
Well, I mean, Armine has to make the decision, so she needs to know that question, the answer to that question, because the only way that it would be a hardship is if you couldn't have a house that complied with our code on this lot, a 2-story house, because by right they can build a 2-story house.
Correct.
Now, so that's my question: can you build a 2-story house under the strict, what staff is calling the strict interpretation of the code, which I just call the interpretation of the code, or the code as stated? Can you build a 2-story house under the code as written without any ambiguity or any interpretation?
Council member, this is Jerry Guaracino, the interim planning director. Excuse me, planning manager. Sorry, I just gave myself a promotion. That was one of the considerations that was looked at when this issue was being looked at. In this case, the homeowners have reduced the height of the roof in every way that's reasonably feasible, by lowering the pitch, by incorporating a composite roof where you had a flat roof on portions of the house that wouldn't be visible from the street. In this particular case, you could get a 2-story house, but getting it down to a height that would be acceptable to the code measured from the curb would require architectural design which would be incompatible with the architecture of the community. You'd be looking at a flat roof structure, and that's just not an architectural style that would be in keeping with the rest of the community. So to answer your question, is it feasibly possible? Yes. Would it be feasibly possible to do it and still meet the rest of the design guidelines for residential development? That would be very, very difficult.
Difficult, but not impossible. And the reason I ask that is because when I look at this design, it has 10-foot ceilings, interior. So are you telling me it'd be difficult to change those to 9 feet or 8 feet? So in other words, the design guidelines, are all these buildings around, all the houses around there, all have 10-foot ceilings?
If I could jump in, sorry, this is Assistant Planner Anthony Alvarado. We did require that the applicant architect in this case, provide on the project plans a plan that actually shows the ceiling heights for all of these rooms. If you go to sheet A110 and sheet A111, it shows the first floor and second floor, and it shows a measurement for the ceiling height Most of them are about 8 feet. Some are 8 feet 2 inches, 8 feet 6 inches. I think that tallest that we have listed on there is 8 feet 8 inches. And that could be something that the applicant architect can confirm for us too.
So a standard house has just over 8 feet, sometimes a little under 8 feet, correct?
Correct. It's about 8 feet. Yeah.
So that's about a added foot right there is my point. So there are ways to do it. So my point there is we're kind of backwards putting in this ambiguity. And I'll go back to kind of what Jason asked. Where did we decide the wall was the proper location? Because to me, there's two decisions. You either use the natural grade, as we called it, or the average mean, or the mean grade, or we use the lowest point if we say we're following the code. So we use neither of the definitions of the code. And I understand you're going to say it's an interpretation, but we have two possible. They're incompatible. They're not going to be the same, but neither are ambiguous. So one, we have a height of 101, whatever it is, and one we have a height of, I think it's 98 something, or 96 something. So neither of those are ambiguous. If you try to make them both work, it's incompatible, but they're not. Neither are ambiguous, and we went with a third option that is not located in the code anywhere, but rather goes to a creation of this ambiguity. So I want to know where we came up with the top of the height, because you can always say the retaining wall is not natural height either. Someone built that retaining wall at one point. That's not the native ground for sure.
That's right. I'll take a crack at that. This is Lloyd. And I wasn't part of the room that made that decision, but that decision was described to me, and I thought it sounded reasonable, and this is why. Because you're right, the code does not describe a top of a retaining wall, so it does not meet one or the other. It's neither, as you said, it's neither the average of the lot or the top of the curb. What the planners I heard were attempting to do is find an elevation that's similar to the top of curb. So when you see the view from the front, the street view, you see how the front lawn slopes toward the road. So everyone else on the block is going to be measured. Everyone else who doesn't have a retaining wall because the road did not slice through a rise in the land in front of their property, everyone else is going to be held to the top of the curb. So staff were looking for something that would be similar, most like the top of the curb, lower than the front lawn, but not the average grade of the lot. And I'll just throw out another thing, that's an example when I say most like something. Earlier when I spoke, I said that a director's determination is the kind of thing that planners have to do all the time. It's common because a zoning code, for example, in uses, can't anticipate every possible business that someone might want to open up. So when they're faced with a situation like that, they don't just throw up their hands. They look in the code and look for what's the closest that they can say it's reasonable to treat it for parking requirements or whatever. We're going to treat it similar to this. And I felt that that's what they were attempting to do here by calling it the top of the wall. They were looking for an elevation at the front of the property near the curb that would approximate if the road had not cut through the property.
So can we pull up slide 6 along those lines? John, are you able to pull up slide 6?
Yes, Councilman Harrington, we will.
Okay. Because this was just given to council. I know this is a new slide. I think we received it today. Hold on a second. I actually need to move. My battery's running low because we've gone so long. hold on while I move. Because the way I see these two adjacent properties, for example, neither of them have a retaining wall that I can see. Is that correct or not correct?
That's correct.
To me, their pad elevations look identical. I mean, I don't see a material difference in the pad elevations of these three houses. So if either of the adjacent properties ever made the same application, would we use the top of the neighbor's retaining wall? Or would they just be, like you said, stuck to the curb elevation like this property, the appellant say this property should?
I would say that the decision, and I wasn't a part of it as well, but I think it was an attempt to find a middle ground that would both allow for a reasonable design of a two-story property, and also force the design to be as low as is reasonably possible to accommodate the desires of the neighboring residents. I would say that if I were in that room today, I would have pushed for the higher elevation, which would have been at the average grade, which would have been where the three houses that we're currently seeing in the photo generally lie. So that I think the intention of the code was to provide for a building height that was not going to be oppressive relative to the properties adjacent to it. And in this case, all three of the properties are relatively the same elevation in terms of the placement of the structure. They all three sit on a knoll above the street. And so I think that certainly the other interpretation would have been reasonable as well. It just wouldn't have been as conservative as picking the retaining wall elevation. But if you were willing to accept the average, mean average elevation of the lot, that is certainly a more liberal standard and would have accommodated a much taller structure than what was actually in the community development director's decision.
Okay, so that's my point here. On those two houses adjacent, what would they do in this point? Because we're trying to treat everybody the same. That's the goal of the zoning, is to get everybody the same treatment. So if you don't have a retaining wall in front of your house and you are on a slope, but you actually are at the same height, what happens in that case?
If I could jump in, this is Lloyd. I'm not convinced that the three houses have their pads are on the same elevation. It's hard to tell from this street view, but when I'm looking straight on at the subject property, and then I look to the house to the left, which has the, well, hard to describe, the house to the left. I see that the retaining wall in the subject property wraps around that side. So I think the house to the left is a lower pad. I think it is closer to its
I didn't say identical. I said they're materially maybe within 6 inches. Maybe you can see it. They're maybe, and I don't think they're all level. I think they're a little different. I mean, I'm not saying the exact same elevation. That wasn't my point. My point is how they're at least a good, if this one is almost 4 feet up from the street level, that's got to be a good 3.5 feet. So are they just lose out on that? Do we go with the curb? Because I think that was what we said. My point is we're trying to get equal treatment, and I don't think that's happening when we're choosing a retaining wall. And that gets back to my point. I don't believe the code is ambiguous. I think the code is very clear. We adopted this in 2017. This isn't like we adopted it in 1965. And all 4 of the council members were here when we adopted this code. So I don't think it was ambiguous. It was when we went through the historical preservation and the mansionization, the idea is we didn't want these super tall houses changing the character of the neighborhood. It should fit with the character. So that's why I'm saying there's no ambiguity. The code is relatively new. We chose the top of curb as a council. So I don't see this as oppressive or anything like the words you've used. I see it as quite clear. And I would like to mention, I forget who brought up the design of the roof. I think there's 4 flat roofs on that street, if I recall. So to say there's no flat roofs, that's just not true. There's several flat roofs on that street. And staff might want to go look at that. Let me get my next question, clarifying question. So, I mean, when we change the 0 point to the wall, we're effectively adding 3'5" from the R1 153.035 definition of, or the starting 0 point for the height. And I think the reason we do this is we're also talking about relative height to the neighbors. And this comes back to what I was just speaking to, which is the mansionization, the massing, the character of the neighborhood. I think we're losing that in all of this. And I would point to I believe it's page 90 of the presentation, which is attachment G. Somehow, when you look at slide 6, it doesn't jive with the, I'll call it the not to scale drawing with the boxed out adjacent properties. Somehow this 1-story building on either side appears nearly as high as this 2-story building. So we're adding roughly 9.5, 10 feet, maybe 12 feet with the roof line. And somehow the 2 adjacent properties on this sheet make them appear to be the same height as the neighbors. That seems a little deceptive. So I would wholly discount the architectural drawing not to scale, because if you look at that, and the first time I looked at it, I go, hey, what's the problem here? All 3 of these houses are the same height. Okay, so then you go to, and so I don't know if staff has ever looked at that or required an actual scale drawing with the neighbors in perspective, because that is one of the goals that we had under the mansionization. So I don't know that that's ever been done, but I would wholly discount that sheet. I mean, A000. And I don't know that that's a clarifying question, but I would ask staff, is that something that was actually looked at? I mean, because this has to be put into context of, at the time we were looking into the mansionization. So that's obviously on the front of the council's mind as well as the community. Is that a yes? No, we didn't look at it. We did look at it.
Sorry, Councilmember Harrington. I'm looking at the sheet A202, and it does show the, it does show the front elevation, and it does show neighboring properties, kind of their silhouettes, if you may, adjacent to that subject property.
Yep.
202.
Number 101, right?
101.
Presentation page 101.
Yes, that's correct, Councilman Harrington, page
So
101.
I would really like you to compare that silhouette to A000, because to find that silhouette in these 251 pages, you have to do what I did and read every page. And I saw that. And that's where this really stood out. How does that compare to A000? Because the average person looking through this is going to see these big, giant, blocked out white buildings. They're just blanks. And from this perspective, with not to scale, it sure gives the appearance that the building on the right is nearly as tall as the applicant building, and the building on the left is slightly lower. So you're giving the impression that this really isn't going to overwhelm the neighborhood. It fits with the character. And I don't believe that's true. If you look at A202, the top elevation, that single story house is just about just a little lower than the mid roof line of the first story of that parapet. So those 2 pages definitely don't reconcile. And so that goes back to the character. So did we ever look at the mansionization and the historic preservation ordinance, that was one of the questions I asked back in 2019. I asked staff, shouldn't this go to Historic Preservation and Cultural Commission for review? They don't have power to change things, but they definitely have power to look at these things closely and advise. And I made that recommendation, I believe, back July 2019. And is there a reason we wouldn't send this to the Historic Preservation Commission?
Yes, and if I can, again, this is Assistant Planner Anthony Alvarado. If I could get our consulting city architect who is actually looks at projects for a historical aspect, Mr. Dale Brown, if you could jump in on this, please.
Anthony, yeah, this is Dale Brown, consulting city architect. Anthony, you want me to weigh in on the historical issue or the scale questions that have been raised?
Well, you can do the scale first because they go hand in hand. And
Okay.
I've met with you. You know that I'm pretty good at reading these plans. I built my fair share of houses.
So A001, and I apologize if there's a lot of background noise. I happen to be in North Dakota and there's a thunderstorm going on.
No, it's A000.
Yes,
Covered
so
elevation.
So yeah, I think it's always a little deceiving when you just see these sort of whited out masses. But there's a couple of things. One is the proposed home sits back further. So therefore the height of the home, say to the right that you're seeing on the right, will appear higher in the context of that. One of the design goals for the proposed home was to take the two-story elements of the home and move them to the rear of the building. So most of the mass that's in the front is sort of a story and a half. The story and a half in a location where it occupies the stairs going up to the second floor. So it is a little deceiving. I do think the elevations are accurate. While the discussion was going on, I was going on to an aerial, and I think part of this, the unusual nature of the site is this appears to be a site where the natural grade as you go up into the cul-de-sac would have been rising. And it would have been rising from the cul-de-sac, if you will, the street elevation up to the rear of the properties. It looks to me that the home on the right, looking at A000, was graded out. So it was flattened, and there's the wall between that and the applicant's home is actually a retaining wall on the home to the right. So it's sitting lower, and so the site has been changed in order to, when it was originally built, whereas the site where this applicant is doing a home was not graded out. So it left more of its natural grade.
Mayor, may I interject to ask a question of Dale Brown as well?
Let's make sure they answered Councilmember Harrington's question first.
That was the first question, but if it relates to this, that's fine, Jason.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
Well, so then in what you're describing, Dale, it does also appear then that property that's to the east, or the structure that's to the east, is very, very close to the property line, both in A000 and A001. And in fact, in A001, it shows structures that are almost right on the property line, the existing one-story garage and so forth. So I know that those are not an issue, but I'm just curious, because it's a cul-de-sac and the sort of unusual shape of the lots. I mean, normally we would require at least a 5-foot setback from any lot line. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and this home meets all of the required setbacks, both on first floor and the upper floors.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Councilmember Harrington, did you have more
Yes.
questions or?
Second part of that question was it relates to the massing and everything Dale spoke to, which is the whole reason we did that Historic Preservation Commission and the whole reason I've been asking for funding, and I think a lot of the community has, is to avoid situations like this, to work with the architects so we don't disturb the quality and character of the neighborhood, and we still can come up with a quality design that fits the character. I don't know why we would, and I know we don't have to go, but I recommended that a year ago, saying, this neighborhood is pretty, I wouldn't call it historic, but it's pretty uniform in the construction there. When you see no houses really stick out, I don't know why we wouldn't have gone there, or at least got the advice.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I can answer that from a procedural point of view, but from a design point of view, the feeling is, and I think, Councilman, the term you used of uniform is an apt description of the neighborhood. It was a neighborhood that was predominantly built out and developed over, kind of a short period of time. There's some variation of the homes. Some are just sort of these traditional period ranch homes. There's some that are sort of neo-traditionalist homes, but it's all very typical of that neighborhood. So the goal was not only to work with the applicant on the mass of the building, but over a period of time, the design is, I can honestly say, radically changed. And the goal of the design intent of this was to, although it's a two-story residence, to have it be a style that could, it's of its day, it's contemporary, if you will, but yet it's a home that has stylistic elements that would have or could have been built during that 1950s, 60s time that the neighborhood would have been developed. So we're not, we've gone away from sort of any sort of traditionalist, something that was really far afield from what's all around this home, to something that would have been appropriate in that era. And so that's the design direction that it was given. So it's wanting to be contextual as well.
Madam Mayor, can I interject for a second?
Yes, of course.
So we're on the clarifying questions portion, and I note that we have our 11 o'clock rule, and we have a process set up where we've given the homeowner and the appellant time to speak. And I would suggest maybe if we could transition it. I don't want to be in a situation where we're asking people to start presenting too late. We can always come back for more questions from council, but it might make sense at this point, unless there's something particularly pressing right now, to let the petitioners speak.
Okay.
I agree. Councilmember Harrington, can you?
So we're cutting off clarifying questions. I have 3 pages of other questions, but I'll wait till later if you'd like.
Well, my suggestion is, we can do them later. I just, I'm concerned that if we push back the presentations till 10:30, we're going to have a late night.
Yeah, we spent 2 hours on consent. So I understand that. I was planning on doing this at 5:30 or 6:30, not at 8:30. But yeah, you understand there's a 251-page package with four meetings previous to this at DRC. Well, and I have questions. These are not council comments. These are questions.
Mayor, this is Councilmember Pu. May I suggest though that the point of the hearing is so that the two sides may present their cases, and I have to think that the applicant / homeowner and the appellant have both been waiting very patiently to do so. We do have their presentations with us, so we know that they have both well prepared. I understand what Councilmember Harrington is saying and doing. However, some of his comments do go beyond just clarifying questions. And I think I would really agree with the city attorney that we should at least allow the parties in interest to have their opportunity to be heard. that's sort of basic due process.
Well, I would like to move forward. So Councilmember Harrington, can you wait during the deliberation discussion section? For your,
As long as we're not cutting that off, I'll be fine. I got more pages.
Well, as long as you approve, us going beyond the time, shouldn't be a problem. Councilmember Ding, do you have any clarifying questions?
Not right now. Yeah, I just want to listen to both party the comments.
Great, and I have none. So let's move on to the appellant. So I invite the appellant to make their presentation, noting that there will be 30-minute time limit with notifications from Marilyn Bonas at 5 minutes and at 1 minute remaining. So you may begin.
Hi, this is Sunil Varma. I am part of the appellant group, but our understanding with the agenda was that the applicant would go first, and so we would prefer that.
Okay, well then we will start with the applicant / homeowner. So I invite them to come up and make their presentation, noting that there's a 30-minute time limit with notifications at 5 minutes and at 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is Richard McDonald on behalf of Carlson and Nicholas and the applicant team. We have Eddie Osich, the architect here, to make a short presentation. We also have the property owners here. A couple of quick points, though. One is we want to thank staff for all the hard work over the past 2 years in getting to this point and in getting a unanimous design commission approval. I think staff's done an excellent job tonight explaining the difficulty of this lot based upon how it was graded previously, based upon the tight configuration given the trees that are there and the preservation of those trees and how to avoid damage to them. And also to thank staff over the past several months and the city architect working with us on figuring out how to address all of the neighbors' concerns. We find it very regrettable that we keep meeting with the neighbors and holding neighborhood meetings as we did last year and trying to figure out how to make this work, only to constantly keep running into problems. You know, the design commission very smartly realized that the project has changed dramatically, as the city architect just explained, and felt that it was at a point where it could be approved subject to conditions of approval. As you know, the conditions of approval have to be met for the building permit to be issued. The code section that Councilmember Pugh referenced earlier, 1.53.354, talks about meeting the conditions of approval before the building permit can be issued. And the design commission felt that we had done enough that everything going forward now could be dealt with vis-a-vis conditions of approval. So I'm going to turn it over to Eddie, the architect, and the property owners to make their presentation. But I would ask you to keep in mind that should you have concerns that have not been addressed, to raise them as possible conditions of approval so that we can get this project approved and moving forward. This is a young couple that bought into this neighborhood over 2 years ago that would like to build their dream home in St. Gabriel and move forward. And they've done everything asked of them to date. So with that, let me turn it over to Eddie.
Oh, actually, Anthony, do you have the presentation up? Thank you. You can see here that, I hope everyone can hear me. We've gone through 3 major design changes. Each time we've been pulling the roof down, we've been pulling the grade down. We've actually pulled the ceiling heights down. And if you look at our reflected ceiling plan, actually, to rebut one of the comments earlier, our ceiling height is at highest, excuse me, 8'8" on the first floor and 8'6", I believe, on the second floor. So we don't have the 10-foot ceilings, so we've brought that down as well. We've adjusted the massing. We've pushed it further and further away from the curb. We've also moved the building itself, and we've changed it from a remodel into a full, completely brand new project. And when we did that, we also pulled it out of all of the setbacks. We are not asking for any special conditions on any of the setbacks. So between all those elements, if you look at the site, there are a lot of restraining pieces on it. There's a tree in the front that's pushed us all the way to, at least 35 feet off the front. We have a grade that keeps increasing on the back. And that's something that wasn't really covered. Everybody just sees this building from the front, but they don't know that the backyard keeps going up significantly. There's a 4-foot retaining wall on the existing house as it is in the backyard. So that is also happening. So we've adjusted all of these things to appeal to everyone. So we took all those pieces into play. Now, when we were going for the height, when we were originally, the building was 28 feet from the grade adjacent to the actual house. Well, we've gone ahead and then we went with the average grade of the height, which is even lower, which is the 101 number that everyone has mentioned, the 101.125. So we're even under that. What happens is as we get closer to the curb, it falls even further. So this particular site makes it more and more difficult to put on that second floor. But also in the backyard, we can't keep digging into the ground as well to actually put the house in. So in order to not be digging and to comply with the heights, we've pushed down the style and of the roof to have it more, comply more with the neighborhood. We pushed the second floor back even further from the first floor. You see that on some of our elevations as well. So I don't know how much I'm supposed to go through these slides. I might have to have TK and Shu come in, but please, can you go to the second slide, please? So, oh, this is where we talk about how we got rid of the remodel, and there was just too many favors to ask to have it be a remodel. So that's why we've gone for a completely new structure. So, and that's why we're not asking for any variances. We're not asking for any special favors on this. Can you please go to the next one? Thank you, Anthony. And here's where we're talking about some of those conditions that I meant. The east and west, we have that 10-foot on each side. The south, we have that giant tree that we don't want to get close to. And then on the north, we have that challenging topography where the grade has gone up significantly in the backyard. You can see the 3'5" retaining wall. And then can we go to the next slide, please, Anthony? Okay. Yes, the stairs, we've kind of pushed them inside of the house. They used to be on the east side of the project, but we've incorporated them into the west. We've condensed all of the ancillary space on the second floor so that we could push that over to the other side so it's not as imposing from the driveway. Then we also, second floor massing, we also, we brought down the square footage of the second floor. And we also worked with the city architect as far as working with an architectural style that had a much less aggressive roof. And, we worked that in with, there are some flat roofs in the back of the project in order to keep bringing down that overall height. Okay, And then, can we go to the next slide? Can we go to slide 5? Thank you, Anthony. And this was the comparison showing, but you can also see here how the grade is changing. See how the driveway is cut? It keeps increasing as we go across. So trying to have a building that complies to the lowest point on a site, it makes it very difficult to put any structure in there at all. If this project was on a downhill slope, for instance, I don't even know how that would work according to the rules that we are all discussing as far as the top of curb. So let's go a little bit further. Let's go to slide 6, please, Anthony. Oh, we are at 6. Oh, I meant 7. You can see on the front elevation how we've brought it down. There are no giant vault, even though that centerpiece may seem a little bit higher than the rest of the first floor. We still have a drop ceiling in there at 8'8". So there's no windows or anything that go into that space. The owner is going to use it as a small attic space for their air conditioning systems. And then you can see how we brought down that higher pitched roof. And it wasn't really pitched that high before, but now it's sloped much less to make it, and it also complies a lot more with the neighborhood. Okay, Anthony, can you go to number 8? And you can see here, see that pink zone on the back left side? We've even brought back some of the slope in the backyard. So before we were pushing and digging further, we've had to bring it back for different reasons, but actually because that side of the house got a little bit longer. But you can see that step on the bottom. You can see how the site steps up before it reaches the adjacent property. So it keeps going up from there. Okay, Anthony, could you go to number 9? And this is actually TK and Shu's slide. I'm going to hand it over to you guys for this part, as far as the light of sight. Are you guys out there, TK and Shu?
Yeah. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Eddie.
Thanks.
So, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you so much for your time in considering all the issues at hand here. I'll go through a brief intro. I'd like to let everyone know where we're coming from. My name is TK. My full name is really long, so I won't even go there with you. My wife, Suzanne, is here with me. We are the homeowners of Kendall, 1065 Kendall. And my wife has lived in the area for over 30 years. She knows it well. We love the schools, the food, the location's great. It's close to JPL where I work, in the city of LA where my wife works. We spent 8 long months looking until we found this gem off the street. So we can understand the sentiment of wanting to make sure that we are as compatible as allowable. Now, even though it was a perfect location, still is, the house itself didn't meet our needs, and we struggled to make the existing floor plan work. Lots of homes go through some remodeling to make it fit the needs of the family, and for us, we need a multi-generational home, and currently at 1.5 bath and floor plan that's almost a maze inside. To get to the back, you got to go through a bedroom. It didn't work for us, and so we did go 2-story in order to accommodate the needs of our family, essentially. It's definitely been a humbling experience for us, and throughout each step, we've worked very hard to make sure we comply with the city's guidelines and processes. You see 2 iterations before you, but there were dozens of iterations before that. I think the original one was called, I'm not even sure what the design term is, but we've gone through them all so that we can get closer and closer to the city architect's recommendations and the Design Review Commission's comments. We have remove windows, as you've seen, for privacy concerns. The entire west side of the second floor has no windows at all, and we've reduced square footage and reduced the massing. Even though the property has proven to be a challenge, we're still very excited to make it our home for decades to come and be part of the San Gabriel community. And the nuances of the code, as Councilman Harrington have mentioned, were the topics that have come up between us and our architect and the city architect and city planning specifically. The specifics of each site, as I think city planning mentioned, has to be considered against the generalities of the code, which is what we had believed the administrative interpretation wanted to address. The former planning manager had explained the administrative interpretation to us as being fair, not just for us, but for those who would also be sloped in the reverse direction, where the street is potentially the highest point of their lot, and they could theoretically build a 50-foot home, because if measured from the curb, it becomes a difficult way to understand how that is good for, again, oddly shaped and sloped lots. We even considered trenching in order to reduce the height of the house. And even though it's a significant financial hardship, Councilman Harrington, if you build houses, you can understand. If we tried to trench and build lower, the arborist who checked out the cedar tree in front, which is protected under the city's tree protection, said it would definitely be fatal to that tree. So even a few feet isn't going to work to maintain that tree. And we love the tree. We love the green space. We have significant setbacks in the front and the back by design, so that we can maximize green space, so that we can make sure that it doesn't just become a concrete jungle or suddenly turn into something where we look at it and we may see nice homes and nice hardscaping, but the green space is gone, and that impacts not only the environment, but the overall appeal of the home and the street. If you'll recall, I believe her name is Senya. She is part of the City Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Committee, I believe, and she was there at several of our meetings, including the community meeting. And I didn't think that she had voiced any concerns from a historical or preservation point of view. And Anthony can confirm this. I don't have the attendance record in front of me, but I'm very certain she was at the community meeting at the very least, if not one or two DRCs as well. This particular place is meant to be our dream home. We are trying to retire here. It's not our intention, certainly, to upset anyone. A lot of time and money has been spent to get us to this point. And even now, we suffer, as you suffer with COVID, through many other things. And no one expects things like this to happen. But we are here now, and we're continuing with this process because this home is so important to us as our home. Throughout these changes, we comply with all the current ordinances, and moving forward with what the conditions of approval are, we will continue to comply with all those ordinances. So in the slide that you'll see here, just to show the real considerations of privacy, the red line is the approximate end of the back of the home. And we wanted to ensure, because our neighbor to the west, Hui-Ling, had concerns about whether or not we could see into her master bath, I believe. So part of pushing the house further back, especially to reduce massing in the front, but we also try to maximize any view, to minimize any view of privacy or concerns on her side. If you go now to slide 10, we also told our architect and his team to be very cognizant of the windows of the stairs going up to the second floor, because we want to make sure that from the stairs, we can't get on our tiptoes and look out those windows and look into her yard to maintain and maximize her privacy as well. So many of these things are definitely high on our list of considerations and understanding. And even though the limit here from top of the curb is 28 feet, we wouldn't push to say, hey, let's go straight to the limit of 28 feet from the top of the curb. Here you'll see our maximum, I believe, is only 26.5 feet there. So we're trying to take to heart all of the DRC's comments, the city architect's sketches, which thankful for him to provide that to us so that we can quickly reach a design that is compatible with the entire neighborhood as well. That's how we ended up with where we are today. And if you'll go to the last slide, I believe slide 11, please. Yeah. So, thank you not only to the mayor, vice mayor, city council, city staff, city architect, but also the DRC that we got to see them many times, and they got to know our faces, we got to know them, and we tried our very best to ensure that their points were taken into consideration, our neighbors' points were taken into consideration. And at the end of the day, this is our dream home that we are trying to construct and live here for pretty much the rest of our lives. And I thank you again for the consideration and all the things that, the questions that have been put forth. And really thanks to our team, Mr. McDonald and Eddie and his team as well. It's been a long 2-year process, and we really hope that we've missed 2 Thanksgivings with our families because we haven't had a place to host with them. So we're anxious and hoping that maybe this will be the Thanksgiving where we can finally achieve that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time too and your patience here. At this time, I just want to emphasize either clarifying questions, and before we proceed, I will ask my colleagues if they had any clarifying questions for the applicant / homeowner. So let's start with Councilmember Ding. Councilmember Ding,
Yeah, okay.
any clarifying questions?
Just clarify the question is, so everything that based on the homeowner, it's asking homeowner, right?
Yes, and we still have,
So when the homeowner do the design or architecture, everything it's follow the design review and city staff the requirement. I just want to double check. I know you should be, yeah, but.
Yes,
this is Richard McDonald. TK, go ahead. If you want to answer, go ahead.
No, please, Mr. McDonald, go ahead.
Councilmember Ding, yes. The answer to your question is yes. We've worked assiduously and closely with the city architect, city staff, and the design review commission to follow the code and be a code compliant project.
So no like something argument with them too, right? Maybe I mean not tell them argument that it's maybe like them like the requirement you disagree or just follow them the requirement.
No, we've tried to be as cooperative as we can, because I think first the client made a good decision to get a different architect. And second, Eddie and the client have worked very closely with the city staff, planning staff, and city architect. And we're very appreciative of staff's willingness to work with us on the height because of the complexities of the lot that Eddie just talked about. I mean, there were a lot of questions about the front view, but Eddie did an excellent job explaining that if you take a look at the side views and the rear and how the property slopes, it becomes a very complex site. At one point, we thought about, well, maybe we just lower the building pad, but then I immediately, as their attorney, said, well, wait a minute, you got a big tree there, and those trees typically have root structures that are quite wide. So let's get an arborist. The arborist came in and said, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You'll kill the tree. You'll destroy the tree. And that's a beautiful, beautiful tree that obviously has been there quite some time. And we thought, well, that doesn't do the neighborhood any good to do that. So we worked with the arborist and took that to staff and then worked with them on that. So every step of the way, it's been a collaborative effort based upon facts, analysis, and trying to be code compliant.
Okay. Yeah, so might clarify the question right now, but for the like building height, maybe we can discuss later. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Richard.
Yes, Vice Mayor Lau. Any clarifying questions?
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question, because maybe the homeowner to the left, I guess to the west of this project, she might have concern about the privacy. So I look at the drawing that you plan to plant just one tree, right? Just right down the border. If you're not gonna put any windows on the second floor, why you need to put trees there?
I'm sorry,
so-
could you go ahead, TK? I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, so I believe you're referring to the tree that's listed on, I think, A001 or the second page essentially, and that tree was put there. There was a concern from the neighbors when we have windows on the second floor, even though they face to the north, towards the backyard. There were concerns on we could stick our heads out those windows or something and look to the neighbor to the left, and to help alleviate that concern, we said stick the tallest tree, a mature tree that we can find, so it doesn't need to wait to grow, to help assure them that we're not just going to stick our heads out the windows, which we wouldn't because it's screened in, but to maximize privacy as much as possible, even from the windows that face completely away from that home.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pu. Clarifying questions?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. As I understand it, the property to the north of your property is also a two-story structure. However, because of the slope, it's significantly uphill from your lot. I'm wondering if you're concerned about privacy from their structure to your backyard and your house.
So thankfully, in the backyard, we have nice, huge carrot wood there, and a few other trees on our neighbor's side that help to prevent any line of sight privacy concerns. You're right that even I think the second story of our proposed construction doesn't even meet, I think, the first story of theirs, if I remember correctly. But yeah, we've talked to them, and we don't have any concerns of privacy coming from the north.
Understood. So you're saying the screening of some of the trees helps to alleviate any potential privacy concerns that you have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington, any clarifying questions?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to thank the architect and TK for his presentation. We appreciate the patience you've had with the city and the process of the DRC. The one thing I may ask you, TK, because you're probably the one that's been there since the beginning, do you recall when the elevation was ever a question? I mean, did your original architect ever say anything, or like how did they base the original height, original design?
So on our very original first design, our architect looked through the guidelines within the city and arrived at the mean definition and used that to build something up 28 feet. And I don't believe it was until after the first DRC, perhaps the second, where the question of the measurement of the height came up, and I'd have to ask the city planning staff to address where or how that particular issue came up. But of course, as soon as planning felt it was an issue, we started slashing the height just to make sure that, again, we comply with everything that the city had directed us to do.
Okay, so when you say it came up, is that the DRC staff, neighbors? Like who would have brought that up? I don't see that in the record.
So I'm gonna have to ask city planning if they remember whether it was something that they found in the code after the first plan submittal, or whether it was I think a concern brought up by a neighbor potentially.
Okay.
Yes, and sorry, if I could just jump in. This is Assistant Planner Anthony Alvarado. It was using the average definition for the building height, and it was brought up at, I believe the members of the public brought it up at the first meeting, that it should have been using the different definition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I have no clarifying questions. So at this time, I will invite the appellant to make their presentation, noting there's a 30-minute time limit with notifications at 5 minutes and at 1 minute remaining. So who would like, who's the representative for the appellant? Who's going to start?
Madam Mayor, if you can give me 1 second to unmute everybody.
Okay.
For about 10 or 15 minutes or so. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay,
Can you please
so-
identify yourself? I'm sorry, I can't see the name.
Sure. So my name is Sunil Varma. I am one of the members of the Appellant team. I am the property owner of the house to the east of the proposed project. I will share a few comments on behalf of the neighbors, and I'll try to get through this in about 10 or 15 minutes, and some of my other neighbors will share some comments as well. I will be speaking from the PowerPoint slides that I had sent over to planning staff. So on slide 2, we have just like an overview of the content, kind of just go through really quickly the key reasons for the appeal. And, some of this may be duplicated because it's been a conversation thus far. Share some comments on privacy, and then, some comments on addressing potential critique. On slide 4, actually, I should say at slide 3, the key reasons for the appeal, kind of just wrote them out here, and we'll give you some examples here in a couple of minutes. But, we don't believe this project is compatible. The current proposed design is compatible with the neighborhood. We believe it will overwhelm the neighborhood. And we have been, expressing some rigorous concerns related to privacy. We think that this latest version of the application that was sent to the DRC was incomplete and inaccurate in a kind of an important way. And so we think it should not have been presented to the DRC. We think that the city staff make a claim, have an interpretation that key code requirements do not apply to this project. And we have a different opinion on that. At the May DRC hearing, we believe the project applicant and the DRC did not meaningfully address the comments that were raised. And the conditional approval itself, we believe the language is kind of contradictory to itself and to the zoning rules. And, there's some sweeping conditions in there that will lead to sidestepping the review and oversight requirements of the code. On slide 4, some comments on why we think the application is incomplete and inaccurate in a kind of an important way. We think that the drawings that form the basis for the approval are sketches made by the city architect. And these are not the formal drawings that were in the application. And this, conclusion that we made is based on language in the staff report. I think in reference to the second or the third finding, there are a few statements in there indicating that the city architect made some sketches that were kind of the basis for the approval. Clearly we think that, while the application does have a number of formal drawings, they are not the ones that form the basis for the approval. We think there are incorrect reference points used for the height, the lowest adjoining grade. is marked in the drawings as 96.47. There's a topographical map in one of the attachments, shows the adjoining grade to be 95.8 feet, the lowest adjoining grade. So we think this makes the total height of the project measured from the top of the curb to be 30.5 feet. The floor area ratio calculations, there's certain parts of the home which seem to be over 12 feet in height, specifically the foyer and the stairs, and if they were to be counted twice, as required by the code, the floor area ratio would be 35.5%, which should be about the code. And then there is a non-conforming setback, the southwest corner of the project. Again, this is taken from the topographical map at the end of the packet. I believe it's roughly about 5 or 5.5 feet, and there's a kind of a 6 feet requirement. We understand that the whole structure is going to come down, but the southwest corner is kind of shown in the same place, and we're just think that should be corrected. And for all these reasons, we think the application is kind of lacking in a few items. And then on the city staff, make a claim on slide 5 now. There's been a lot of talk already about the height. The other comments we would add would be that 153.035 actually does not use the phrase building height. It just says building should be lesser than 28 feet in height. So we don't think that the definition 153.003 really should apply in this case. The 153.035 also uses the word grade. I think staff in the staff report discussed that this rule likely applies to a hypothetical flat lot. But if it were a flat lot, you wouldn't need to use the word grade. You wouldn't need to have a reference point, which is lowest adjoining grade, as top of the curb. We don't see much ambiguity. I think it says shall in a few places. Building height shall be 28 feet. It shall be from the lowest adjoining grade. It shall be top of the curb. So we don't see ambiguity there. And we also think that besides making an exception for this project, staff will be setting the precedent that this rule only applies to flat lots. Any project in San Gabriel will say the rule only applies to flat lots, which we think will be problematic. And then, we think that rather than going the administrative interpretation route, that there is the variance process, and the variance process explicitly refers to the use of the variance process for special topographical situations. That seems to be a more relevant process to explore in this case. And then again on the code, we think that for new construction projects, a 400 square feet garage would be needed, and this is complete tear down and rebuild, so this would be a new project. So that's the reason why we believe this applies. On to number 6 here. Simply to say that all these comments have been were raised at the DRC hearing. We have 3 minutes, right, to raise public comments. So these are weighty matters and important matters. And we don't think our comments were fully heard, and we think that they were kind of dismissed as being based on previous applications, the previous applications, but that is just not true. On slide 7, the conditional approval is contradictory to itself. Scratching ahead about this condition 3 that says, modify the building configuration, the style, the roof design to make this design compatible with the neighborhood. If it's a required condition, then it should mean that the proposed design does not meet, is not compatible in its current form, and that's the reason the condition was needed. And if that's the case, then it should not have been approved with the DRC. And then we also have questions around how would compliance with condition 3 be determined? Would it be city staff? And if so, if it's a matter of compatibility with the neighborhood, is that a question for city staff, or is it for DRC and the opportunity for the neighbors to weigh in? So we think there's some difficulties there. On privacy, again, all of this, it sounds kind of very euphemistic, but really, the underlying concerns are, related to privacy and compatibility. And privacy, these are relatively small size lots, different in elevation can very, very easily lead to fishbowl effects. The neighbor to the west has her privacy already impacted by her neighbor to the west. And so all of her windows on the west side are kept closed most of the time because there's no privacy on that side. If this project were to go through, then the windows on the east side will start to remain shut. Neighbor to the east, that's me. There is a second floor balcony in the proposed design. Earlier versions, there were a recessed balcony, but in the most recent version, there's kind of an exposed balcony with a fairly direct line of sight into my backyard, and more concerning, into my living room, which has a glass window. And this is where things like this 2 feet, 2.5 feet may seem to be a small number, but that could completely change the line of sight, right? So we think that that's kind of very critical and crucial. And privacy has been a long-standing concern in this neighborhood. I've owned this property for 10 years. I purchased this from the previous owner who indicated that he had tried to build a 2-story home, but neighbors, expressed concerns, and he did not build a 2-story home for that reason. Comments about trees. We don't think they act as enduring barriers. They can be cut down, they can be replaced. In terms of windows, frosted windows, on the affected side, again, they do not provide protection. A couple more comments here on addressing potential critique. If there is an implication that we're being unreasonable in some way, we would characterize that as being very rational and meticulous and painstaking and persistent. 200-page application packets, reviewing them in 3 days is not something that we're kind of, chomping at the bit to do, but we are trying to kind of make our voice heard. And again, our reference point here is the city code requirement. References to mansionization ordinances and all that, right? Just a couple of years ago, we thought those were meant to avoid situations like this. Neighbors are not acknowledging changes to design made by applicant. If there's an implication like that, we would just say that a number of these changes were driven because we were calling out non-compliance with the code, which we would say a really plain reading of the law for a layperson should be quite obvious, but we felt that we were put in the position of having to call these out consistently starting last July. Like some changes have been made to bring it more in line with the code, we still think that they fall short of meeting key requirements related to high privacy. Okay, I'm going to stumble all my words here to finish this last slide and hand it over to the others. Just to say that a balancing act, lots of stakeholders here, many needs have to be balanced. We completely appreciate that. We also believe that it should be possible to create a design that meets the applicant's dreams and desires while also complying with the plain meaning of the rules. And so we, humbly request the applicant to put forward a design of that kind. And really, we urge the city. We thank the city staff for a lot of work on this project, but we also urge them to take the project requirements. So I'm going to stop there, get off my soapbox, and give it to anybody else. Isela, I think you might want to say something.
Yes, I am on the line.
All right, just
so
a quick time check. How much time do we have left?
You have 18 minutes.
18 minutes.
You have 18 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Isela Bowles, and want to give you some additional comments to what Mr. Varma had just mentioned. Yesterday, we had a discussion with Attorney Lloyd, and he was not aware of any ambiguity. That was one of the first questions I asked. He also stated that the courts give cities a lot of latitude when interpreting their own codes. In this case, there is no latitude. Shall means shall. He would like you to believe otherwise, and he is going to press the issue to convince you of that. We have questions for the city attorney. At any time during this entire process, did you or anybody from your office advise the staff or property owner that they could disregard the municipal code 153.035, where it states the word shall? You can because Tracy stated that this is the case. I myself have gone through the same process along with many others in this community. Everybody that I spoke with were told the same thing by Mr. Mark Gallatin. He told me that this municipal code 153.035 had no room for interpretation, that you must adhere to this requirement, and so I did, and everybody else did. So what is so unique about this project? That Tracy sent this to the DRC 3 times and did not adhere to this code. During our meeting with the developer, he made an offer that he would revise all of the concerns and hash this out neighbors to neighbors. We agreed to getting the plans from Saturday to Saturday, and if he did not hear from us, then he would go forward with the revisions. Tracy immediately interjected that it would be best to submit to them, as he would not worry about the height, as she would find some way to make the height happen. She also managed to report to the city attorney, had objections to us having access to the revised plans prior to the Thursday before a DRC Monday meeting. Tracy went from approved to tabling to denial to not worry, telling the developer, you will get your height in this project. The developer went from massive height, encroachment of setbacks, ADU with non-compliance building code, garage size non-compliance, and no regard for privacy, etc. How is it possible that during our meetings, as residents with a single ruler and the architectural drawings, we were able to see and decipher all of the discrepancies? The staff failed to notice any of them when we pointed out these discrepancies. The staff agreed that this project needed much work and sent them back to the drawing board. Tracy is no longer with the city, but apparently Anthony has taken the same torch, and after all of the back and forth, we see a pattern. In my opinion, the staff perhaps was never going to uphold this municipal code 153.035. Therefore, we're asking the council for a full refund of the $1,200 appeal fee, as the staff should have called out all of the discrepancies from the very beginning and not force us to make this appeal. Are we going to pick and choose? Anthony writes the staff report stating that DRC approved the last submittal, knowing that the city architect had concerns and revisions. And if you see the notes, this indicates this last project is not a finished piece. I want to direct you to see the staff report under site plan review required findings of the last submittal project. Number 1, project to be more compatible. Number 2, still lacked appropriate compatibility and harmony. Number 3, have been revised to be more compatible with the existing neighborhood. It is obvious here that the project is more, not necessarily compatible. It's still lacking appropriate compatibility and harmony. It is more compatible, but more doesn't mean it meets the criteria. I am sure that even the DRC was frustrated with this project. I believe that after the 4th time on the agenda, they approved the project to have the city council weigh in. Each time this project was presented to the DRC, the commissioners would give feedback and direction. They were diligent, and I can just imagine their frustration. This project can easily follow the municipal code and still achieve their goals. If you look at the tree that they have in the front of the house, it is a 70 feet tall tree. Their structure was near 30. So if you look at a picture in relation to that tree, you can imagine that that would be half, almost half of the height of that tree. In finishing, the question now lies on the City Council. 4 of you had the opportunity to address mansionization recently, and the municipal code reflects that. When all the meetings were taking place, we were there to support your decision with the design review and the municipal code. It was a thorough, long process. I was part of that. I was there. I gave my input, and I also gave you my support. We are now asking you to uphold your decisions with the municipal code that you had the chance to design accordingly. And do not vary from what you and the community worked so hard to accomplish. I am calling the City Council to task. I know that Mr. Ding was not part of this before the 4 of you were. So I am calling you to do what the code that you designed was meant to do. Thank you. Okay, is my time up? Can I say my minutes for later?
You have 9 minutes and 39 seconds.
Can I save those for later, for my rebuttal?
Keith?
Yeah, I like to save my minutes for later for my rebuttal.
Well, the rebuttal time has a separate time limit associated with it, so.
Okay, all right. Well, then let me just kind of say a few things that I would like to say that in our neighborhood, we have had. This is not the first time that neighbors get together and have concerns about 2 stories with privacy, with height, with all of the elements. This is not the first time. As a matter of fact, the people that lived at that house before were part of that objection with another neighbor that we had, which was the one to the east. It was their house right to the east that wanted to do a 2-story house. Another thing that I want to point out, as I remember saying, somebody mentioning that flat roofs. Well, flat roofs are very common on this street. We have several of flat roofs. I also want to mention that I know the applicant submitted originally 19 2-story homes. Then it went down to 16 because he was including San Marino homes, which did not even apply. And if I can direct you to the homes right in front of the applicant's property, those homes are not 2-story homes. Those are single-story with a dormer on the bottom part of their homes. The house to the west, the house is a single-story home, and the structure that they have towards the back, that is a garage that has a converted 2-story small structure. It's a very small structure, but the house is not a 2-story. There is another house towards the other south side where it's a house that is so low grade and embedded, you can't even see it from the street. Is really tucked in, and it doesn't pose anything to the other structures around them because we have a wash right behind us. If you look at right on Kendall, there is another house that is actually up on a very high, steep hill. It's, I believe the address is 1009, and don't quote me on it, but I believe that's the address. And this is up on a hill, just like the applicant's property. They have a 2-story house, and if you look at the ceiling, well, the roof is actually pretty low. So I guess the question is, and I remember hearing this, can the applicant accomplish a 2-story home without the height, going with the measurement from the curb? And the answer is absolutely. We have gone through a lot of the measurements. We have gone through scales. We have done a lot of work. A lot of our neighbors have done a lot of work with this project. We have been involved from the very beginning. We have given everybody the input. The applicant was, we had a very amicable meeting. We had about a little bit more than 2 hours. And there was a point where we thought we were going to go really well. And then again, Tracy was the one who just didn't make that happen. I'm not sure why, but I feel bad. I feel bad for the applicant, but at the same
5
time,
minutes remaining of your time.
At the same time, everybody has abided by the same rules. So I think it would only be fair that everybody abides that, not just because it would be a fair thing to do, but also because it would keep the cohesiveness of the street. This street is a very, it's a cul-de-sac. It's a very tight-knit street. So we really need to just keep it, we need to keep it that way. Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, so that completes the appellant's presentation. Before we start with the clarifying questions, it is 10:50. So I like to make a motion to continue on with this meeting past 11 o'clock. Can I have a second?
I second Councilmember Pu.
Okay, great. So let's take a vote. Chief City Clerk, can you please take the vote on that motion?
Mayor Menchaca?
Councilmember Dean?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Okay.
Councilmember Dean?
Aye.
Is that a yes to move forward with the meeting?
Did you hear me? Aye.
Councilmember
yes or no?
Harrington?
Oh.
Aye.
Councilmember Pu?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao?
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca?
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Great, thank you. So now we'll go to the clarifying questions to the appellant. So we'll start with Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions. I didn't quite understand. I think it was Mr. Varma. You said that I believe the term you used was that the conditions of approval from the DRC are inconsistent or incompatible internally. Could you please explain that? I didn't quite catch what your comment meant.
Sure. I will try to explain. Condition 3 says modify the building configuration, the architectural style, roof design.
Sorry, do you have a staff? Do you have a page number on the staff report? I think they're numbered. I don't know if you have that available. Maybe staff has it.
Okay, so in the slides that I was referring to, I mean, the language is there on slide 7. The slides that I kind of, talked through, I don't know if that works, but there's that, or if not, I believe the staff should have access to the conditional approval statements.
And then maybe Anthony, do you have the actual presentation where that would be, like what page number on the master numbering?
Sorry, sorry, Councilmember Harrington, are you referring to the PowerPoint?
The condition, no, the conditions of approval in the staff report. The DRC conditions of approval, I think, is what we're discussing.
Yes, I think I'm trying to find it. It's either page 79. Yeah.
79?
Page 80. Page 80.
Okay. I just wanted to follow along as we read them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Sunil.
Yes, so it says, condition 3 says that the applicant should modify the building configuration, the architectural style, the roof design to reduce the appearance of building mass and create compatibility with the neighborhood. So that's a fairly sweeping condition. And it appears to us that, if the proposed design was compatible with the neighborhood, then you wouldn't need this condition. So, I mean, in a way, it says that, okay, this design is not consistent with the neighborhood, but we'll send it to the DRC anyway. And after the DRC approves it, then the applicant should eventually submit a design that is compatible with the neighborhood. So that's the part which, was, I think contradictory. So the condition would be moved. The condition would be moved. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, maybe I'm reading it differently. Does staff have, on page 89 or 79 or 80, it doesn't mention conditions of approval. This is the city architect's comments.
So the way we understood this is, so what went up to the DRC was a conditional approval. And one of the conditions was a very sweeping condition, which says, modify the design so that it's compatible with the neighborhood in a sense. And the staff, if you want to share any comments on that.
Look at page 81, and I believe it's number, I'm trying to find it. Yes, it's number 4, where it says it's the design and architectural style have been revised to be more compatible with the existing neighborhood. More meaning it's more, but it's not there. And I think that's what we're trying to project.
So, the other comment I would add to that is that if there are conditions for approval, and I think on the second page, I'm kind of reading off memory there, condition 12 or 13 or so has kind of the architect's conditions for approval in them. And one of those is a fairly sweeping condition.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it in the package that the council has. I mean, does staff know if there's any conditions of approval from the DRC?
Yes,
Councilman Harrington, I think I can clear this up. This is Mark Lazaretto. If everybody looks at page 20 of the staff report, that's the proposed conditions of approval. That's included with the resolution that council is considering tonight. If they approve or deny the appeal, approval of the resolution would deny the appeal and approve the project. On page 21, number 8, conditions of approval, that condition reads, all conditions of approval for the site plan review shall be included on the construction plan. And I think the confusion is that the appellants are looking at past notes and past conditions from other site plan reviews. What that condition specifically says is all of the conditions of approval in the document that you're looking at have to be included on the site plans, on the construction plans, so that any contractor who bids or builds the project has to be aware of all of these conditions of approval. There are not other conditions of approval that need to be followed. This is specifically saying Exhibit 1, all of these conditions of approval have to be included on the construction plans. So there are no other sketches or other things. The only one is condition 13, which is the further refinement. And that may be what they're talking about, but there aren't other.
Yeah, now I see what the comment gets to, because if you go on page 23, Exhibit 1, it says modify building configuration, architectural style, and roof design to reduce the appearance of building mass and create compatibility with the neighborhood. That's a pretty significant condition, and that could fundamentally change the design. Like I didn't see that previously. That's what I'm getting at.
Correct. That is the right interpretation, Councilman.
So then my question to staff is, when the DRC approved this, why would they say modify the building configuration? That seems to me to be a pretty significant requirement. Modify the architectural style and roof design to reduce the appearance of building mass. I think that gets back to the very beginning that I talked about. The reason we discuss the massing and the height from the point of the curb where it connects is when you're viewing this property, you're not standing 5 feet above the curb, you're standing at the curb. And so the massing, the visual massing starts where you're standing, not 5 feet or 4 feet above where you're standing. And so when this condition says modify the building configuration, I don't know exactly what the extent of that is or what it could be, but that's a very broad statement. And I understand why that would cause concern to the appellants. What does that mean? Does that mean it can be different than was approved? I mean, I just don't understand.
Sorry, City Council Harrington, this is Anthony, the assistant planner again. We did, this condition was included with these sketches that are right above it. They were included and given to the applicant, and the applicant was basically told that, or encouraged that they would have to follow these sketches and look at these conditions, from A all the way down to H, in order to make the changes that would be taken to the May 18th DRC meeting. So, and maybe our city architect could kind of jump in on this too, but the intent of it was to kind of ensure the ability to further review the detail and required changes by both not only the city architect and by city staff, but also for the DRC to look at the changes that were made based on these sketches and the conditions, or the added language conditions.
So these conditions of approval were from the latest DRC meeting or not?
They were. This was included at the latest DRC meeting.
Okay.
So Councilman, just to clarify, those comments that are in question that seem too broad to really be considered conditions of approval need to be taken in context of the fact that they're bullets to the item number 13, which refers to the city architect's sketches and the conditions. So the conditions reflect the changes and modifications that are shown in the sketches. And that's why they're written the way they are. It isn't because the design is in question or still to be hatched. The design is what is shown in these sketches, and the description below indicates the modifications that staff will have to verify are in compliance with those sketches above. It isn't that the solution hasn't been already determined. And so those bullet points precede the condition of approval number 13, which refers both to the comments and the sketches. Together, they provide a complete picture of what needs to be, what the final product needs to be.
This is Dale Brown, the consulting city architect. If I can just maybe just reinforce that. So the conditions and all the statements, they all work together. At times coming out of DRC, there's some very specific conditions of approval about an eve detail or, you know, whatever it is, but it's some very specific details. The applicant took the sketches that were provided, implemented those on the project, but we wanted the language to remain. We wanted everything in there to, as Anthony said, ensure that we had the ability to go in and continue to work on every single detail of the project. So it was really done to just ensure and allow us to just, again, work with the applicant on every detail, not to say that the project, it was not intended to say that the project didn't conform and wasn't meeting the requirements that we were after.
Okay. I kind of see what you're saying, but it's so broad. It does seem like a conditional approval, not a condition of approval.
Right, let me.
To me, it seems like you're on the spot drawing some changes to the project, and then saying go ahead and approve it.
Yeah, I think the goal was that as design development occurs and they go into construction drawings, we wanted to make sure that any of those changes, not only could we look at each of those changes, but none of those changes would impact the character, you know, the mass, all those overarching larger goals, if you will, the design goals that we were wanting to achieve.
Okay, so when you say condition A, study the finished floor elevation in order to lower the overall building height, why would you make that a condition if you've already said the building height is okay?
Because I think, again, this is a project that has to be designed by the inch. And as the applicant starts looking at how they're framing the second floor or framing the roof rafters to the top sill plate, and it's starting to push the project up a little bit, then I want them to go back and be willing to do what they need to do to lower the finished floor an inch or 2 inches if they need to do that to conform with the approved project.
Okay. Is this something typical you would do on a project? I've seen a lot of approvals that don't have conditions like that.
It's an unusual project on an unusual site. So yes, it does have some unusual conditions.
Can we move on, Councilmember Harrington, on the clarifying questions?
Certainly, I have a couple more.
Okay. Because we still need to have the rebuttals.
Yeah, I understand, but some of these I have a lot more questions. So, no, in fact, I will wait until we have council comment. I have some for council comment. I'll hold them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ding, clarifying questions to the appellant. Councilmember Ding?
Yes, okay. I think is it major for the applicant and appellant they consider I think was municipal code for the building height, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Question. I think major as question looks like the maximum the building height limit. So,
speaking, I guess some comment from the appellant side. Yes, height is a major concern. We're also worried about the compatibility of the overall design of the neighborhood and privacy. It's about height, but height affects compatibility, height affects privacy. We believe that a number of neighbors will lose privacy.
I find that this is like the maximum height. I think it's a municipal code 153035. They say adjoining grade should be elevation of the top of the curve adjacent property. So what's the definition for the top of a code, the curve?
Is this the question for the appellant or is it for staff?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, for the actually for the staff. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, but we're right now trying to get clarifying questions. We're trying to maybe for the deliberation part, you can ask questions, but this is for the appellant. Do you have any clarifying questions for the appellant?
Sorry. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pu.
All of my questions have been asked and answered. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor Lau.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question for Mr. Varma. You mentioned the two-story building on 1073, which is just west of, well, 2 doors down from this project. And, well, you mentioned there's many windows on second floor and that prevents, privacy for you and your neighbor. But were you involved with any of these developments for this project? The 2 newer homes, they're like California style home. So were you involved with that project at all?
No, Councilman, I was not involved with projects a few doors down. I've been in the neighborhood for over 10 years, but I believe those projects you're referring to might be even prior to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now I will invite the applicant to give a rebuttal if desired, noting the time limit of 10 minutes with the notification at 1 minute remaining. So is the applicant, who would be speaking on behalf of the applicant? If you could just identify yourself by name.
Mayor, let me make sure, please. This is Mark Lazaretto. Let me make sure I have everybody unmuted.
Okay.
Can you, thank you, Mayor. This is Richard McDonald on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to speak for a couple of minutes and then I'm going to let the property owner finish up our rebuttal time. I've listened to everything that the neighbors have said. Some of it I think is just simply factually inaccurate. In particular, the points with regard to privacy fail to account for the windows that have been removed, the balconies that have been removed, the changes in the rear massing to avoid sight lines, as the property owner showed previously. So I think those are just fundamentally incorrect. But I think there's 2 bigger issues that I want to address as the attorney for the applicant. The first is this question about following the code, which is the drumbeat of the neighbors. And the second is what tonight's decision is based upon. Because many of the more technical complaints that they have, as the city architect and staff have pointed out, get handled during construction drawings. They are not part of the findings that are before you on Exhibit A to the resolution that's in front of you. Those findings, they're on your staff report beginning at page 11. They deal with the design and the conceptual elevations and renderings that are in front of you. And all of the evidence presented by the staff, by the architect, and even to a certain extent by the appellant shows that those findings can be made. During the construction drawing phase, the project will have to incorporate condition of approval number 13 and the other conditions that are included in there. But the only issue that the appellants talk about is the height issue that for some reason they think mitigates against one of these findings. And they didn't really say which one. I mean, clearly it doesn't, clearly the height issue does not go to finding number 6, which deals with historic streetscapes, cultural landscapes consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. This is this single family residence is not a historic resource, and it's not eligible for designation, and it's not a historic district. So they didn't tie many of their arguments to these findings, and these findings are what's in front of you and that's what you have to base your decision upon. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, if you read the findings that are presented to you, they talk about the extensive revisions that have been made to comply and to be able to make the findings. And the neighbors haven't in any way rebutted those points other than to say that they don't like the height. They still have concerns about privacy despite all the changes that have been made. Factually, I'm not sure how that's even remotely possible when windows have been taken out, frosted, and the building has been extended to eliminate any sight lines, as was shown to you by the property owner and the architect. But the big one that they hang their hat on for any of these findings is the height issue. And what they say is the code limits it to 28 feet from the curb, period, end of story. So they're counting on you to enforce the code. And unfortunately for them, that's not what the code says. The code says that the director has the discretion in cases of ambiguity to determine the heights. So the director has done that, and we are complying with the code. Now, where they say there becomes an ambiguity is something that the city attorney touched on earlier. When you look at 153.035, and I'm going to articulate the ambiguity slightly differently than the city attorney did. The city, quite candidly, that section is ambiguous as it applies to non-flat lots. The bottom line is, it says, two-story residential buildings should not exceed a height of 28 feet measured from the lowest adjoining grade to the highest point of the structure. But it doesn't say lowest adjoining grade of what? So you go down 2 bullet points, and it says the adjoining grade, not the lowest adjoining grade. It just says the adjoining grade shall be the elevation of the top of the curb adjacent property. It doesn't say the curb. It doesn't say the street curb. It says the curb adjacent property. And my argument is simple. You're talking about the adjoining grade of the curb adjacent property. So you figure out what is the curb adjacent property, what's the elevation, grade elevation for it, and then for that property, find the lowest adjoining grade. And that then becomes where you would measure your 28 feet from. But as you heard the city attorney say, and as one of you already seems to have made up his mind, that seems to be not what it means. It seems to mean, no, it means from the curb, even though that's not what it says. And if it did say that, then how do you reconcile that with the words lowest adjoining grade in the first 2 bullet points? So the director legitimately looked at this and said, for the purposes of this unique lot, it's ambiguous. So I'm going to decide the height. And she picked a spot that took into account the neighbors' concerns about height, massing, overwhelming adjacent properties, and privacy. And in the process of doing so, undertook, as the city attorney correctly advised, a very reasonable, logical path. So as far as we're concerned, that follows the code perfectly, because the code section, the other code section, 153.003, allows her to do that. So that's why we've said all along, this is a code compliant project, and every one of the findings can be made. And the conditions of approval help make those findings. And that's why I started with, this is a project that should be approved tonight. If you want to tweak the conditions of approval, that's up to you. But this is a project that meets all the findings. The conditions of approval help it, the findings be made, help make for a better project. And the conditions of approval, particularly 13, that the city architect did, take into account all of the neighborhood's concerns, all of which have been addressed by the various revisions that our architect laid out for you in the various exhibits that were presented by him that showed you the progression of the project from the beginning to now. So with that, I would ask you to approve the project. If there's conditions you want to tweak or clarify, by all means, I would encourage you to do so. But the notion that this wasn't an ambiguity that warranted the director exercising her authority, I think is legally incorrect, unsubstantiated, and inconsistent with the substantial evidence before you. And with that, let me turn it over to the property owner, because I always think it's important that the actual person that's going to live there, who's had to endure this process, have the final say on their own behalf.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. I'd like to just make one comment on the FAR that was brought up. The neighbors have concern that somehow we are over the FAR. According to the way the house is designed and approved, the extra ceiling space for deck space, that I might call it, between the foyer ceiling and foyer roof is designated right now. We're planning to put HVAC in there, so we don't. We want a consistent ceiling. We certainly don't want some sort of soft fit or step up and step down the ceiling, because in that way it would just look weird, and we certainly aren't going to cheat, suddenly pop up the ceiling to be a full 11 feet or something like that. So I hope you'll understand the FAR is true to what it says there and fully honest and consistent with everything we're trying to do. Finally, we'll say that we've tried our very best to comply with both the city and the neighbors. It seems that the outstanding issue is just building height, which the DRC, city planning, city architect, city attorney have weighed in on. And thank you, Mr. McDonald, for articulating that. Once again, we would ask you approve the project and uphold the unanimous DRC vote to let us move forward with this process.
There's 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And we want to be treated fairly, and so we ask that you see if the strict interpretation would ever treat one property unfairly versus another due to the conditions of topography that we certainly have to deal with in our conditions in our lot.
This is the owner, the other owner, Shusan. I'm sorry I've been quiet. I'm sitting on pins and needles. Again, thank you for your time. Just to reiterate, this has been a 2-year process. It's pretty emotional for us. So, we really thank you for your time. City staff, thank you for trying to address all these issues that we brought. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Now I invite the appellant to give a rebuttal if desired, noting the time limit of 10 minutes with a notification at 1 minute remaining. And whoever does speak, if you can please identify your name, first and last name, please.
Okay, this is Isela Bowles, and I'm not going to be able to give you such an eloquent presentation as I am not an attorney, but I do understand his frustration. Perhaps Mr. McDonald is completely wrong about what he thinks we know, or what he thinks we're, according to him, we're hung on, whatever word he used. Is really not fair that he has such disregard to the concerns that we have, because it's not just about height. We have had a 2-year process with this whole thing. We have indicated to the staff so many discrepancies. We have been patient. We have been willing to spend the time with the applicant. We have gone back and forth with the staff. The staff at times when Tracy was there was not very transparent. When we were trying to come to agreements, like I said during my statement, she pretty much got in the way of making any headway. This project is not just about the height, it's about the mass, it's about how intrusive it would be to the entire block, to the entire city. And I think Mr. McDonald was not part of the historical ordinance that our city council just passed, and perhaps he's not even familiar with it. So this is what it is. The code is very clear. There is no room for interpretation. We have the municipal code, and that's the way it is. The way it is that way, Municipal Code 153.035, is because our city council, all 4 of the ones that are in office right now, were part of that. They are very familiar with the codes. They went through the process. We went through, we spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of community members that were part of this whole thing. We spent exhausting hours. So Mr. McDonald, for your correction, no, it's not just about one height. It's not just about the height. It's about everything else that that is in front of you. There's 2 lawyers against me, and I'm pretty kind of like, kind of at odds at this point. But I did not want to come into this meeting thinking that we're gonna make someone's life miserable. We're asking for fairness. I was the one who actually did my construction ended up taking a year and 3 months just to get it approved. And when I got it approved, there was no room for interpretation in between, or maybe we'll just kind of work out the little things here and there. No, Mr. McDonald, that's not the way it happened. That's not the way it is. The other thing that I must mention is that we do have 2 council members that happen to be lawyers. And when this code was decided, and developed, they were part of this. So again, there was no room for interpretation. It was very specific to the goals of the whole community that came together to put a historical ordinance together, that we did not want the mansionization going on. So again, I think that a lot of the staff that's there right now perhaps was part of it. I think some of them were, but for the ones that were not, I was at every meeting. I heard every expert, our city council that's in office right now. Unfortunately not for Mr. Dean, and he was not in office at the time, but for all the other 4 council members they were part of this. They had the entire control to make this any different if that's what they wanted. So am I going to tell you that and be as eloquent as you are? No, not at all. But what I can tell you is that I was part of this. And right along with them, I supported their decisions. I supported the whole process. I attended, I gave input just like a lot of community members. This was a work of a lot of people. And so it is not just about not being fair. It's not just about not or picking on someone. This is a process that's been going on in our city for a very long time. And I do remember it was 2017. So it was an exhaustive process. And so here we are before our city council, and it really is up to our city council now. If our city council wanted to change that in the future, that's probably what they want to do. But again, why would they want to undo something that they did and they worked so hard? They work really hard. All of our city council members work really hard to make this happen, and I'm sure they remember everything and every step of the way. If for some reason they set all of the codes and the municipal codes to the side, the big danger here is that they will set precedents. And now everybody's gonna wanna do, okay, well, if we start little by little, we're gonna go, okay, so we're gonna give this person a little more height. Oh, we're gonna give this person a little more. Oh, we're gonna go do this, we're gonna do that. The property that we're talking about is very capable of having one single story, if that's what they wanted to do with that excavation, because they do have the option of doing a dual level, which is a lot of the 3 houses in front of them have. They can do the 2-story if they want. All they have to do is, make their walls smaller, not as tall as they would like them to have them. We called them on so many things. They had vaulted ceilings that were not counted in the FARs. The FARs were not calculating correctly. Us neighbors have done a tremendous amount of work. We have worked so hard. And so here it is. We're up in front of the council, and I am pleading with the council at this point that you uphold what you sought out to do. It was your work. It was your hard work that just made this happen. This historical ordinance must be upheld. This historical ordinance has to come to fruition because it was so much. This is going to be your crown. So again, council members, do the right thing because you guys owned it. You guys deserve it. You guys did it. It was your hard work. Thank you.
Okay, was there anyone else from the appellant who would like to speak? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there someone from the appellant that would like to speak? I believe you still have some time.
No, I think that a great job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll announce that the time to submit public comment on this item is now closed. Chief City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first comment is from Sonia Tross, Executive Director of YIMBY Law, located at 1260 Mission Street, San Francisco, California. Correspondence was sent directly to the council, and the submitter has requested that we skip reading of the legal sites in order to fit the comment within the 3-minute limit. And it reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel City Council, YIMBY Law submits this letter to inform you that the City Council has an obligation to abide by all relevant state housing laws when evaluating the above captioned proposal, including the Housing Accountability Act, HAA. California Government Code Section 65589.5, the Housing Accountability Act, prohibits localities from denying housing development projects that are compliant with the locality's zoning ordinance or general plan at the time the application was deemed complete, unless the locality can make findings that the proposed housing development would be a threat to public health and safety. The writer then cites subsections J, 1, 2, and 4. The comments continue as follows. The applicant proposes to demolish more than 50% of an existing 1,753 square foot, 1-story single-family residence to allow for the construction of a 2,685 square foot, 2-story residence on an 8,334 square foot lot. The above captioned proposal is zoning compliant and general plan compliant. Therefore, your local agency must approve the application or else make findings to the effect that the proposed project would have an adverse impact on public health and safety as described above. YIMBY Law is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation whose mission is to increase the accessibility and affordability of housing in California. I am signing this letter both in my capacity as the executive director of YIMBY Law and as a resident of California who is affected by the shortage of housing in our state. The next comment is from Senya Lubicic of 116 North Delmar Avenue. And it reads as follows. I am writing to voice my support for the appeal of planning case SPRR 18-063. I have attended meetings regarding this project and, after the August meeting, asked Tracy Steinkruger at what point a project would be deemed a remodel as opposed to a rebuild. Specifically, how much of the original structure needed to remain. She replied that it depends who you ask. The interpretive approach to project applications and the SGMC is tremendously problematic. As a council, you are deciding if we continue with patchwork projects that deviate from the code based on who you ask, or if we apply the code evenly. I object to the repeated use of strict interpretation in the staff report. Words like shall require no interpretation, only application. Denying the appeal is upholding an inequitable application of the code. If the code is sufficient, the city should update the code. And the final comment this evening is from D. Barrera, and it reads as follows. Once again, I am emailing the committee to share my disapproval of the proposed project at 1065 Kendall Drive, San Gabriel, California, 91775. I have been a resident on Kendall Drive for over 25 years. I was drawn to this particular street for its quaint, neighborly, and unified home exteriors. The proposed project will not enhance the already charming appeal of Kendall Drive. The project continues to take generous allowances from the committee that will not present itself well on Kendall. Also, the owners, pre-COVID, did not spend time getting to know any of the neighbors, have not seen them at all. Please reconsider and make the right decision for those of us who want to maintain the quaintness of Kendall Drive. And Madam Mayor, that concludes the comments.
Okay, so I now officially close the public hearing. And we will now proceed with council deliberations and discussion. I will begin with Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've all listened to both sides of this appeal with great interest and listened to both sides carefully. I think I would say that I'll start because to me, the heart of the legal interpretation issue is about the code and it relates to height. And as I mentioned before, and other people have said, there are two different places that refer to building height and how it should be calculated and measured. That in and of it, and those two sections point to different things. And that in and of itself creates an ambiguity. So to me, there's no question in my mind that there's an ambiguity and that it was proper for the community development director to apply a different standard, to make a director's determination in this particular case. I would say, and I thank the appellants for actually bringing this ambiguity to our attention, because to me, the definition or the method of measurement specified in 153.003 makes more sense to me than the sort of definition of height located in 153.035A and C. Because when you're using the average natural grade of the lot, then at least at that starting point, is internal to the lot itself. When you look at 153.035A and C, now you're looking to some adjacent lot, or it's ambiguous. Even how you interpret 153.035A and C can be debated and is ambiguous. So I would actually recommend that 153.035 be revised to reference the mean or average natural grade of a lot, or simply to refer back to 153.003 so that we do not have this type of internal inconsistency within the code. With that, I will then, and I'll note, as was pointed out during the discussion or during the clarifying comment or questions, that the point that the community development director chose was actually lower than the average or mean natural grade of the lot. So actually going by average or mean natural grade of the lot would have allowed for an even taller structure. So in a way, the use of the retaining wall was already a compromise between the homeowner / applicant and the neighboring appellants. So so I would agree with that determination, and with that, then I'll go through the various findings that we're required to make. Number one, that the design is consistent with the policies of the general plan, zoning ordinance, design guidelines, and other city ordinances and policies governing the quality and character of development. As I've just established, at least according to my interpretation, this project therefore complies with all of the San Gabriel Municipal Code sections with respect to, and even complies with what's been referred to and by some as the mansionization ordinance. So if it meets all code sections and no variances are required, obviously this finding is met because it is obviously then consistent with the policy of the general plan, ordinances, design guidelines, and so forth. Number two, that the design is architecturally harmonious, consistent with the scale and impact of similarly site properties in the same neighborhood and zoning classification, and carry out the intent of the city's design guidelines. Each building shall include full architectural character on all building elevations, demonstrating a quality of craftsmanship and design quality consistent with the city's guidelines. Here I'll note that the design was in fact changed many times to better fit the architectural style of the neighborhood. When I look at this these current renderings of the project, it almost looks to me like a two-story ranch style in a way, which does make it more consistent with the neighboring properties. I also note that a majority of the homes in the little cul-de-sac here on Kendall Drive are two-story homes. So just the fact of it being a two-story structure in and of itself cannot be inconsistent with the neighborhood. Therefore, I would find that number two is true and that the design is architecturally harmonious and consistent with the scale and impact of similarly situated properties in the same neighborhood. Number three, that the design provides a degree of amenity characterized by generous landscaping of the open spaces and parking lots consistent with city design guidelines, provision of pedestrian connections, provisions of landscape transition zones between parcels, and preservation of native, historic, and specimen trees and vegetation on the site. A significant amount of time was spent by the homeowner / applicant discussing the cedar tree that's in the front, which is a protected tree, the preservation of a number of trees in the back, the addition of trees, actually some for screening, some just for landscaping purposes. So, I applaud all of those things. It does appear that that tree in the front not only is a protected tree, a very old tree and a beautiful tree, but also helps to screen the structure, the building from the front or from the street. And so for those reasons, I cannot but find that the design just provides a degree of amenity characterized by generous landscaping, and that provisions of landscape transition zones between parcels, i.e. the trees that are designed there for screening and so forth, preservation of native, historic, and specimen trees, the cedar tree. I think there's at least 2 other trees in the back that will be also preserved, even though they're not necessarily required to be. Number 4, that the design provides proper transition between the subject parcels and adjoining properties, including proper streetscape, architectural scale, massing, proportion, harmony, landscape palette, sound and vibration control, buffering, privacy protection, public improvements, and sign controls necessary to improve the quality of the streetscape. So I do agree with what the staff has also put here in the ordinance, well, in the staff report, in the resolution. Excuse me, I misspoke when I said ordinance, but in the resolution, as addressing each of these points. Also, I'm just adding my own comments on top of what's already been written here. Here for number 4, I agree with what the staff has written. I'll also refer back again to the screening with the trees, the removal of windows on the west side of the structure that are all meant to be there for privacy protection, and that that the homeowner / applicant has done a lot to try to satisfy a lot of the concerns that have been raised. Number 5, that the design includes, to the extent possible, passive solar design opportunities, new and sustainable technologies, water efficient landscape techniques, elimination of non-conforming signs, and other building practices consistent with the provisions of state law and city design guidelines. Here again, I agree with what the staff has written as addressing this point in the staff report as well as in the resolution. I'm satisfied with the approach here that it would be up to the Public Works Department to comply with, to make sure that the project does comply with our low impact development requirements, stormwater management, mitigation, and other kinds of sort of environmentally sustainable practices, including the use of solar technology, so forth. I think that all of those, I believe, would be part of the process that is still before the homeowner / applicant, which is about getting the building permit and having those details actually specified in that process. So number 6, that the design protects the character defining features of historic streetscapes, building exteriors, and cultural landscapes consistent with Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. As has been mentioned, and I'll just say at the outset, this finding does not apply, as has been mentioned by the city architect as well as the homeowner / applicant. What's written here says the existing single family residence is not a historical resource. The city architect has verified that the existing residence will likely not be eligible for designation. And I believe I read in some of the correspondence that Senya Lubisic even agreed with that characterization, that the existing structure is not likely to be eligible to be classified as a historical resource. I'll just mention one quickly too about the Historic Preservation and Cultural Resources Commission. That has nothing to do with this project at this point in time. That commission has not even completed its own work in doing the historical context. That is why we have continued to the funding for that commission to try to complete that work in this current fiscal year, the 2021 fiscal year. Now I understand, COVID and everything has definitely put thrown us all a curveball, to say the least. So it's understandable as to why that progress hasn't been made, but they have specific tasks ahead of them before they can, before the application of that commission. So at this point in time, as was determined by the city architect. I mean, there's 2 reasons why the Historical Preservation and Cultural Resources Commission is is inapplicable here. One, it's not within their purview. They haven't completed the work that they need to do. And two, this property, the existing property or the existing structure was determined to not be a historical resource. Lastly, I'll comment, well, not lastly, I guess. So with all of that, it's just to say that I would find that all 6 of these findings have been met and would support the staff's recommendation. I will ask a couple quick questions of our city attorney or maybe planning staff. First is in in the resolution, attachment A, section number 3. I'm on page 17 of the package. Effective date. It says this resolution shall become effective at the end of the 10 business day appeal period unless appealed. That's my understanding that there's, after city council determination, there is no appeal. Is this, would it be correct to say that that this resolution shall become effective immediately upon passage?
Yeah, I'll jump in. This is Lloyd. That's a typo. That's probably left over from the earlier resolution by the design review. So that's correct. There's no further appeal after city council. It's effective immediately.
Okay, thank you. If that is the will of the council to support the staff's recommendation, then I would just include in the motion an amendment to correct that section of the resolution. Secondly, the proposed conditions of approval, here I do understand the applicant's concerns and reasoning behind this condition of approval number 13C. It does seem to suggest that further changes are required in order for this project to be compatible with the neighborhood. And so I'm just curious, is there any, just to remove any ambiguity, since we've gone through this process, it's now, let's see here, almost 5.5 hours long. Is there any downside to just simply removing that condition?
Hey, Councilmember Pu, maybe I could, this is Anthony from planning. Maybe I could get our city architect, since he was actually the one that provided that language. If he could probably.
Here's what I would suggest is I would add a condition that potentially like that formal drawings from the applicant's architect do be included that match the sketches that are provided here. But then, remove then the ability or the rest of this ambiguity, as we've now we've litigated it a bit ad nauseum, and to just say, okay, we understand what is supposed to be built in general. Again, the building plans are yet to come, but they will need to match what is contained here and these and satisfy these conditions of approval. It would be unfair to continue to open up the applicant slash homeowner to just further litigation because some of our own conditions continue to be ambiguous. So that's my question as to whether there's really it's because there's a total of 55 conditions here. And that one in particular seems to be problematic.
Councilman, I think that would be a actually big improvement in the conditions of approval, and we could, if the rest of the council is interested in upholding the project, we could make that change happen.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. That I think I'll yield and listen to my colleagues and their thoughts, and just reserve the right to respond if necessary. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Liao.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is a very interesting project because I just love the street, the Kendall, and it's near Mayor's house too. So I used to go to Mayor's house and I drive by this street a lot. And I noticed, just by entering this street, the first house on the right and the first house on the left, they all built 6 feet high, okay, from the street curb. So, and they all 2-story. For instance, the first one is like a French Normandy type of historical building. It's beautiful. It's big and beautiful. And the second one on the south side, it's a Spanish mansion. It's so huge. This has double lots, I think, because the corner is all front yard or side yard, or what do you call it. But they all built above 6 feet from the street curb. So, I was trying to find out, maybe there's a reason for these homes built higher ground, maybe because the flood, Lacey Park right now in San Marino it's called the Wilson Lake. So maybe over so many years, the water from the lake was flooded down. So I don't know, this is my speculation, but I have to agree, because if these homes were built and counted, say, well, from the street curb, and they cannot possibly build 2-story building. And same thing for this project, their neighbors, they probably, when they built their homes, even the one that to the west is 1-story, I don't think, when they built a house, it was measured from the street curb either, even though it's just sloped down. So I have to agree with the community development director opinion, and she said, well, yeah, let's measure from the top of a retaining wall, and whatever difference between that architect comes with conclusion, the adjacent property, I think it's all reasonable. It's not reasonable when you measure from the street level. So this is my point. I think it would make more sense if we can count it from the top of the pad, the house. So another concern is privacy. So I have to admire, the person that wants to build a house here has given back so much, remove all the windows on the second floor facing west, and to make them more, I guess, to satisfy neighbors' privacy concern, maybe plant another tree, along the border, the property line. And yeah, if you can put the frosted glasses on the windows, it's for your own privacy protection too. So it's not just for your neighbor, but for yourself. But it comes to, compatible with the neighboring houses. Yeah, those 2 houses, 2 mansions that I mentioned, one is French Normandy, and the other one is real traditional Spanish big mansion, and others, maybe ranch homes or cottage type of home, and the house that has 2-story on this 1073 that I mentioned, that's to the west of this property. That is like a newer 2-story California style home. So, it's all blended in. It's not just one specific style of this architecture, integrity. But so there's many different styles, but they all look very nice. And I have to commend that this architect did a great job, because it's like a craftsman style home. And nowadays, nobody wants to spend that kind of money to build a home, most likely cheap tract home, because that makes more economic sense. But this one probably going to spend more money for construction. So that's pretty much my comment. And also I have to agree with Councilman Pu about the 6 findings. I think this project also satisfied those 6 findings, even the historical perspective of this, because again, we like the design, so it would fit into the neighborhood very well. But for protecting your neighbors' privacy, yeah, plant more trees. It will be real nice. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ding.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank the applicant and the appliance the explanation. Okay, so I first of all, because I'm the new council, when we have the ordinance, I think maybe 2 years ago or 17 or okay, so the way argument is like when I clarify a question but I already asking. So it's a base. Is it the based on we do the survey? It's for the flat land, or we already consider it's have the land have the slope. That's I want to asking. Actually, like for the council member, when you pass this ordinance, is they already consider that? Sorry, okay, I need to asking all of you.
Mayor, would you like us to respond, or?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the historical ordinance? Is that what you're referring to?
It's the I don't know if this is called a historical ordinance, just like this ordinance, especially just for the like the high limit. It's a one. I think it's a 1.15305.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Councilmember Pu, do you understand the question? I'm sorry.
I understand the question. I mean, this is taken from law school, but one means of statutory interpretation is to look at the framer's intent or the drafter's intent. And I can honestly say that when we passed this so-called mansionization ordinance, that lots with, for me personally, lots with a grade or a slope were never considered. That and that this particular ambiguity, I don't recall even considering it. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a mistake. Looking at it now, that it should be cleaned up, because precisely because of situations like this where it creates disputes. When you have ambiguity, whether it's in drafting contracts or in legislation, you will create disputes and litigation essentially. So yeah, I expressed my opinion about what I believe should happen, which is a revision of 153.035 A and C, so that it does become consistent and clear vis-a-vis 153.003.
Thank you, Councilmember Fu. Okay. And
can I weigh in on that, Tony?
Yeah, okay. I have the more
because I do specifically remember discussing that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please.
So when we were adopting that ordinance, it was part of the quote unquote mansionization. The 28-foot height measured from the curb is an absolute cap on an elevation. So regardless of the topography of the land, because we don't have a bunch of hills in San Gabriel, we have a few occasions where there's hills here and there. The 28 feet was from the street was an absolute cap. So I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback. So the argument that it's ambiguous is not true. If the slope went down instead, that 28-foot cap from the curb would still apply. Yes, you could say that it could result in a 40-foot high house or a 50-foot high house, but it can't exceed 28 feet from the curb elevation. And that's where that 28 feet came from, because we didn't want to see what was going on in Arcadia and some of our surrounding cities, where some of these houses were just really high. And it happens when they're on a hill or they're on an elevated lot, that's when it occurs. So the idea there was, if you're going to pass that 20-foot cap, it should be a variance. It should go through that process on an individual basis. It should not be staff deciding that. There is no discretion. There's a hard 28-foot cap from the curb. That's what that means. And I'll get further in that when I make my comments. I'll explain in more detail.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Harrington. So my question, so all of you, the previous council member make this ordinance, it's already considered right now the specification, the situation or not? That's my question.
Councilmember Ding, I would say no. It was not.
Councilmember Pu, I already understand that but I'm asking the Councilmember Harrington.
You can't make zoning decisions based on specific projects. So no, it's not possible. That would be illegal.
Okay, so my question, it's when you make this ordinance, already consider this kind of situation.
Yes.
Not for the special, you already consider the slope, the situation?
The 28-foot height is a hard.
I know the 24 I already understand it, but my question, when all of you discuss this ordinance, already consider this situation. Council member Pu say no, not to think about it, just most think. That's my understanding of the flat land. But I just want your answer, clear answer. I already understand the 28 feet. That's I already understand. Just wanted to know, already considered this situation or not.
Let me just intervene just slightly, Councilmember Harrington. Are you asking, Tony, that did we consider it when this particular project or just in general?
My question is general, not for specific this case. I want the answers for the general.
I said yes. We considered sloped properties, and the discussion was even part of that there aren't a whole lot of sloped properties in San Gabriel, and if that comes up, we'll address it on a case-by-case basis. Yes, we did do that.
Okay. All right. So how about the
I don't have that. I came in when it was signed. It was signed in April. I had just been on council. I was part of the audience when the ordinance was being formulated. I don't remember ever discussing the slope issue. That's not my recollection.
Okay. How about Vice Mayor De Leon?
No, most of the St. Gabriel properties on flat land, so we never, put this into consideration.
Okay. So when you but based on the Mayor Machenga say, but even not discuss about some slope situation, just like I think maybe I don't know but sorry. Okay, let me asking the Mayor Machenga. When you understand it, it's just for the like a flat land or include the slope. Maybe
My recollection was that it was for flat. It didn't include the slope. But you're assuming that this property is part of the historical. It's not considered a historical site, so that's part of the issue too that needs to be considered. I mean, you need to go back to the findings and go one by one.
Yeah.
The historical ordinance, that's a separate. It's related, but it's separate issue. It's not. This has not been deemed a historical site. That's one of the clarifications. Maybe Lloyd. Are you still on? Is it Lloyd or is it someone else that could remind us? I think someone said that in the beginning, or Jerry, is it Jerry? I don't know who said or who's already deemed that this site is not a historical site. I thought someone had mentioned that earlier.
Yes, the city architect had made a determination that this current house would not qualify for listing as historic property, as a historic resource.
Thank you. So Tony, based on that, do you have any other questions?
Yeah. Okay.
Of staff or the architects?
Yeah, the architect. Okay, so I just asking like if we just use because everybody, both parties, different interpret also include the city staff. Okay, so regarding the lowest drawing grade and the curve. Okay, if just in case for this right now, not a specific this kind of case, just for this, if the homeowner, they own the maybe just in our city have some slope, okay, if almost I think if by this curve, if it's from curve, we measure it's 28 feet. It's how many feet we have to minus?
If the project were to be measured from the curb, it would have to be 1.8 feet shorter than it is currently designed to be.
Okay. 1.8 shorter. Okay. I just want to see okay, based on their foundation, I think their foundation and what's the difference was from the curve to the building foundations, how many feet? 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet?
Councilmember Ding, this is Assistant Planner Anthony again. So from your question is from the top of curb to the lowest grade of the building?
Yeah.
Or
yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's about a difference of about 5 to 6 feet.
5 to 6 feet. Okay. First of all, I just want to ask him if we're just building on this is one-story building. So based on our ordinance, it's 18 feet, right? Okay, minus 6 feet, it's 12 feet. Is it enough to build on the one-story building?
I would probably refer to one of the architects, maybe our city architect, to kind of elaborate on that. I don't want to say that it wouldn't be achievable, but again, I'm not sure with the whole measuring of the internal dimensions in the roof and what's required for all of that.
Yeah, I actually asking that this question, all the question is a general question. Okay, I don't want to just because not just focus this specific case, but I just want to know the general mind. Okay, if you can the 12 feet, I want to asking average one-story building, it's how many feet?
This is Dale Brown, city architect. Are you talking about from, say, the floor to the ridge of the roof?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure there's any average, but you know, a side wall of a house, taking away the depth of the eave and how the eave comes over the first floor ceiling line, you're going to have about 8.5 to 9 feet, and you're going to have a roof that could be up to another even 10 feet tall, depending on the style of the architecture. So you could be at 18 to 20 feet or more from first floor to top of bridge.
Okay, you mean okay. So you include you're like more than 20 feet. That's talking about like from curb.
Well, again, it would depend on the slope of the site from the curb to where the house starts. It's really hard to answer that question because there's so many things that go into that answer.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I just want to see if from the curve, top of a curve, is it reasonable for the building on it's an average, the one-story building or two-story? That's my purpose. My question.
I'm not sure the question. Would you mind restating it for me?
Yeah, the question is if like for this specification, the case, okay, if from this like the top of a curve to like use the measurement for the higher, is it reasonable? Can like people, the homeowner can build even one-story or two-story house?
They could really build either, except that this site has a lot of unusual characteristics. It has about a 9-foot grade change from the top of the retaining wall to the far north property line. So it would be very difficult on that kind of a site to build a one-story home.
Okay. And if they build it, they will be also compatible with the neighborhood design.
It depends on where you put the finished floor. If you were to put it sort of at the midpoint of the site, then at the front, the house is going to be 4 feet out of the ground, and then that will look odd compared to the other residents, the other homes. And you would almost need to do that on the one-story site versus bringing it down to grade at the front and then trying to bury it into the hillside.
Okay. So yeah, I think that based on staff right now, it's used like retaining wall for the lowest the measurement to do that. Like it will not use the average one, right? for the
Councilman Ding, this is Jerry Borsino again. Perhaps a way to put this in perspective, and I think maybe get to what you're trying to ask, is that if you looked at the current proposed home, if they were to have to bring it down to the height limit measured from the curb, they would have to take almost 2 feet off the height of the home. Since they've reduced the ceiling heights about as low as they can go, there may be a few inches here or there that they could still perhaps tweak out of the design. They wouldn't be able to put a hip roof like you see in the current proposed design. They would have to go to a parapet roof with a flat roof with a parapet around it, and that's the impact that change would have on the design of the project. We've looked at ways of altering the design to bring it down, and I believe that really the efforts that have been done so far to do that have resulted in the building being brought down about as low as it can. And at this point, to get it lower, you would sacrifice a roof element. And so, that's something that you guys as council would want to think about. Is this additional 1.5 or 2 feet that allows the building to have a more traditional roof line with a hip roof, a good trade-off as opposed to pushing the design to a parapet and flat roof? And maybe that gets to the kind of question that you were trying to ask.
Yeah, actually, so that's why I want to find the step by step from the planning department. Use the interruption for the lowest joint grade, not to use the curve, right? Try find the reasonable measurement, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I know this applicant. I think applicant lawyer it's Richard is mentioned. It's if they understand they can use the average the measurement for this slope. So even like Council Member Jason Fu also mentioned, okay, so is it right now use the measurement is lower than average one? How many feet?
If they use the average, they would actually be able to have a taller structure than they currently propose.
So
because the average would be 101 feet, and the retaining wall is at 90-something feet. So the choice to peg the height of the home to the retaining wall was a kind of a compromise position. It didn't give the homeowner the ability to build a taller house, one that would be based on the average mean grade, but it didn't also restrict them completely to the height limit at the curb.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I understand. Try to clarify so your planning department try find based on our current municipal code and give to them the reasonable, even it's actually is lower than the average, and I say applicant also the it's everything it's follow the planning department requirement to improve their planning, right? Site plan. Okay. Yeah, I also listened to the Appellant. They want ordinance is consistent for everybody, fair for everybody. That's I agree too. So that's why I asking for this ordinance. It's already considered. It's some not just for this today's case, just for the someone Else, if they're leaving the San Gabriel city, their land have the some slope. So what should we consider? I think, yeah, it's for this whole processing. I don't think see any applicant have the not want the comply the city code. It's follow the city code. I think that's reasonable. But we also, I think we need a consideration for our ordinance. That's for by the size for the future. Hopefully, we can do the clarification for this higher measurement. Okay, that's my question, my comments. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to go back to the original, I don't know how many hours ago it was, but this is a de novo review. And so it's upon the council to make these findings. I would say that I disagree with Councilmember Pu that the findings are, at least two of the findings fail, not one, at least two. And I'll go back to, we're not really talking about building height. We're talking about the building zero elevation. Let's be accurate in that. The height is 28 feet. You can be 28 feet. It's just where is that zero elevation? That's really what we're getting to. There is no ambiguity in the code. And let me be very clear about that. No ambiguity in this code. There's been a great attempt to create an ambiguity, but it just doesn't exist. And I'll tell you why. In the section 153.003 definitions, there's a general statement before all the definitions start. And it says, for purposes of this chapter, the following definition shall apply unless the context clearly indicates or requires a different meaning. So let's keep that in mind. There's an unless and an or requires and context. Those are very important meanings under the law. So the building height definition given as a general definition, not applicable to any particular zoning designation, but to all zoning designations, regardless of their character, is clear in the fact that unless otherwise stated, so unless it's clear from the context, the vertical distance is the mean natural grade. And then it goes on to say about subterranean garages and chimneys and all that good stuff. But what it does say is in cases of ambiguity and unique architectural elements, the determination of the building height will be determined by the community development director. So I don't think anyone here has argued there are unique architectural elements that need to be accommodated by this definition. So then we get down to ambiguity. So in ambiguity, we need something that is contradictory to be ambiguous, or it can't be determined. So let's be very clear. We have two determinations. One is the mean height, which we know that measurement. The other is the top of the curb, which we know that measurement. While they may be incompatible, neither is ambiguous. And so then we have to look at the statement of the general statement before all of the definitions that says these definitions shall apply, and then there's a contingency unless the context clearly indicates or requires, that's either or, requires a different meaning. So let's be very clear. That opens itself up for a different definition that is, let's say, more specific as to context and to clarity. That is why we get into the maximum height limit under 153.035. I would call it the more specific and the controlling, clarifying definition of height. Now, once again, the applicant's attorney tried to create some ambiguity. I believe Councilmember Pu tried to introduce some ambiguity here as well. The section A, let's just basically say it's 28 feet from the lowest adjoining grade. So that is not ambiguous. That is an elevation that's easy to determine. And in fact, the applicant's surveyor determined it. And it's on there for everyone to see. So there is no ambiguity there. Now, when they say the lowest adjoining grade, and then you try to contrast that with the definition in section C, once again, the applicant's attorney tried to introduce ambiguity because there could be a lowest adjoining grade, there could be a median adjoining grade, there could be a highest adjoining grade. Those are all possibilities because we're dealing with grades, which definition either flat or slope. That's the two types of grades are. There's sloped grades and there's flat grades. So the adjoining grade shall be the elevation of the top of the curb adjacent property. So what that means, anyone that's done construction knows, the property has boundaries. There's two adjacent, actually there's three adjacent properties and then the city property here. There's only one curb. There's two adjacent properties. Whichever is lower shall be where we start our 0 point, which I get back to. And the building height cannot exceed 28 feet over that. Keep in mind that if this is so restrictive that a two-story building can't be constructed, which we've already agreed it can be, it just may not be exactly what the applicant wants, but it can be built in that distance. It's actually about a mean of about 25.5 feet, I think, is if you take it from the curb height. You could build a two-story house in 25.5 feet. So it may be difficult. It may not be exactly what they want. But the question here is, do we alter the zoning code for the needs of the project, or do we alter the project for the requirements of the zoning code? That is a fundamental question we have to answer in every case. If we decide we want to alter the code, that is not something that a community development director can do. That is something that the commissions can do through a variance, but they cannot change the definitions. They can't make them be what they want them to be or wish them to be. So once again, the staff, the appellant, they're trying to introduce ambiguity where there is none. I would say that the 28-foot cap is an absolute cap on height from the curb because that's where the visual massing occurs. And when we discuss that under the code, the 28 feet, now there's been some arguments, the what if arguments. What if the slope went the other way? Then you could build a potentially much higher than 28 feet. Yeah, theoretically you could, but it still wouldn't overwhelm the neighborhood. And that was the whole intent of why we got into the mansionization, why we got into historic preservation. And I will separate those two things. The historic preservation was more of a result of the halt on the mansionizations because it made us redouble our thoughts into, hey, you know what? While we're discussing mansionization, we should probably discuss preserving some of these neighborhoods, buildings, structures, parks, businesses. It was very broad. So when we get into that whole discussion, all of these things were contemplated, and that's why variances are still allowed. A variance may be applicable here. We would have to make very specific findings, just like we have to make findings to say that this complies with the zoning requirements. So when we're getting into this, we really must look at the project itself. Can a project be built without a variance? Yes, it can. Will it be difficult? Possibly more costly? I don't know. That's all in design. Could the applicant say, hey, I want a variance and I want to go up 1.5 feet higher than your code allows because of the topography of my unique land shape and or height? That's still available under the code, even if this appeal is upheld. They could still do that. And then to go back to say that the Historic Preservation and Cultural Commission hasn't done its job. That's 2 weeks ago, we had the opportunity to increase funding and let it do its job. we as a council decided not to increase the funding to kind of catch up for the last 2 years where we haven't been able to do anything. And I wanted to correct, or not correct, but make a point that yes, while that section, page 17, the section 3 of the findings, I think it was page 17 of the actual staff packet, refer to it so I get it accurate. Yeah, it was section 3 of attachment A, where it said the time for appeals. I want to clarify, we can take that out, but this can always be appealed to a higher authority than the city council. Let's keep that in mind. So let's not say the city council's decision is final. Anyone can go get a writ in court and then take it further. So I wouldn't say this is final. It's the decision we're making tonight. So now I want to get into the difference between a deferral or the deference to a code section and an ambiguity and incompatibility. I touched on it earlier, but I want to be very clear. 153.003 defers to the various zoning codes. And I'll give you an example. We have R1, we have R1A, we have C1, we have C3, we have M1. It happens to be that R1 is the only zone that actually gives a concrete starting point for all projects, which is the lowest adjacent curb height. And the reason I say that is because that median property height is because a lot of the commercial projects and some of the manufacturing projects will actually have underground parking, and possibly it'll create a slope or create a couple different scenarios where they probably do foresee some excavation and some accommodations of the site. So let's be clear. All of the other designations, the specific elevations where building height is mentioned, if you go to the other sections, they don't defer, or 153.003 doesn't defer. They actually start with the elevation. So we can't sit here at the same time and say all of the other ones don't defer. This one does defer, so we must have got this one wrong. That's just something we're making up after the fact to try and justify the elevation here. I just don't see that. And so when we start getting into the actual findings that we have to make in a positive way, if you go to finding number 1, it says that the design is consistent with the policies of the general plan, zoning ordinance. That's where it fails. The zoning ordinance 153.035 is quite clear. It's exceeding the elevation measured from the adjoining grade. It's exceeding 28 feet. It's about 1.36 feet too high by the surveyor's numbers. So that's 1.36 feet that needs to either be redesigned, or they could apply for a variance if the council approves the appeal tonight. So finding 1 is failed. And let's make I think I've stated that very clearly. The choice of the retaining wall height seems what some people have described as reasonable, but it appears nowhere in this in our code or any other code I've ever seen. In fact, I doubt that retaining wall is perfectly level. So which are we taking, the highest part of that retaining wall, the mean of the retaining wall, the lowest point of the retaining wall, where it wraps up, where it goes down? So I've never seen a code that says we determine the height based on a retaining wall, because that's not a known quantity. So I would go to say that, this fails because of that. The community development director doesn't get to create an ambiguity and then arbitrarily decide on a height. That's not how our code reads. That's not how any code reads, and that's not fair application to everybody in the city. It doesn't meet an equal protection requirement. There's a lot of things why that fails. Now, I would also argue that as to the let me find the exact requirement. As to the design guidelines, the very fact that we had to go into conditions of approval that they need to be, there needs to be some changes, actually says that this doesn't meet requirement number 2 because it's not a completed design. And we're sitting here saying it's complete, but in actuality, it's not. So it fails 1 and it fails 2. And actually, we have to make all 6 findings in order to approve this project and deny the appeal. So it's already failed 2. And I would argue, yes, it doesn't, it's not a historic building. Let's say we've touched on that. But we've also prevented the Historic Preservation and Cultural Commission from designating map-wise any neighborhoods. So they should have had review on this. And I asked for that a year ago, and it's gone on deaf ears for over a year. So I would agree with Senya Lubasic's comments that, we haven't been able to designate any neighborhoods to this day after 2.5 years. And that's a travesty. While this property, this project may not be historic, we don't know if the neighborhood would have some historic designation that may change some of the requirements of approval. So I believe that we haven't met the threshold of 1 or 2, and solidly, this project hasn't met, the council can't make those findings in the affirmative. The height is arbitrarily set. There is nothing in the code that justifies that action. The design is actually not complete, admitted by the architect that there's still some completion work that needs to be done. I actually have about, it must be 2 more pages of comments, but I think I've kind of pretty much shown. I mean, I honestly don't, by the council comments, I don't expect them to read the code plainly in its plain language. It seems like they want to make an interpretation of ambiguity when there is none. But I would just go to say that this is an arbitrary decision to set the height at a wall that appears nowhere in the code. And I want to keep in mind that the intent of and purpose section 153.03 says that we're trying to ensure compatibility and character inherent with the surrounding neighborhood. We're trying to keep low density character. We're trying to get a good sense of proportion and balance. We're trying to ensure the size of new structures and additions do not exceed the scale of their surroundings. They need to conform to the residential guidelines. So when we go to the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish, we failed that as well under the intent and purpose of this section. And like I said, I'm realistic. I don't expect the council to actually look at the code and say, yep, that's because it's a hard decision. Believe me, I don't want to do that. That's not my goal. I want this applicant to have their dream home. But at the same time, this applies to everybody in the city. And we can't start to play favorites because it's a harder project to build. And so with that, I would say we cannot reasonably say that we can positively make all 6 findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington. Okay, so for myself, I wanted to first of all thank everyone I think almost everybody is still here. I think there's been so much review here. We have, architects and planners. We've gone through several levels of review. It's been, revised at least 3 times. And there's no variances that are being asked at this point. And the fact that I know the street because I live down the street from it. And there is, just like Vice Mayor said, there is a variety of structures there. There are already 2-story structures. It would not be the first one. It would be tucked away. It's not like when we were talking about mansionization, where it just stuck out. It's all the way towards the end. I think it's a good project. I think that everyone has done everything they can on both sides to come to a mutual understanding. Clearly, there is some ill feeling still, but I think the spirit is here. The spirit from staff to really bring something that is positive, that is, that can really add to the neighborhood. And so without having to go through each of the findings, I believe all the findings have been met. And I just want to just emphasize, I think tonight what I've heard is a lot of questioning of staff and those who are involved, the architects, the attorneys. I mean, we've had our design review committee also look at it. They looked at it 3 different times. I just think this has been properly vetted. If this was the only style, the first and only plan, then I would question it. But this has been 2 years of really working through it and making sure that we are in line with what we want for our projects. I agree we shouldn't play favorites, but I don't find this to be a project that we're playing favorites. I mean, if it was, then it would have gotten approved 2 years ago. So I would like to move forward with this. And I believe, Councilmember Pu, you had a motion, or you had tentatively, if you would want to formally make your motion with the page 17 effective date.
Sure. I move to approve the staff recommendation with the exception of modifying section 3 of the resolution to say that the effective date is that of the resolution is that the resolution will be effective immediately. And also on exhibit 1, the proposed conditions of approval to delete currently existing condition 13C.
And excuse me, Madam Mayor, this is Lloyd. May I interject? Can we add, I'm recommending that we add a condition requiring that the homeowner indemnify and defend the city in the event of litigation, and that would be a standard condition approved by the city attorney.
Can I ask for some clarifications with respect to that?
Of course.
So in your experience, Lloyd, then when you have parties that may continue to be contentious, does that not encourage the the party whose the decision went against to therefore sue, potentially as a means of punishing the party that actually for whom the decision went in their favor?
Councilmember Pu, I can't say that I've seen that in my experience. I don't know about the motivations of people in that scenario that you're describing. I can just say that it is a very standard condition in all land use approvals that I've come across. So I was very surprised to not find it in the Design Review Commission, and we'll make sure that that's corrected. But it's just a standard condition because the city is the approving body. So any lawsuit would be against the city, and the developer would be the real party in interest. They would be the ones that it's their project that's at stake. So it's just fair for them to pay for it.
Yeah, yes, Councilmember Pu, that you have to realize that all the parties will be present in the case anyway. It's really just a question of who's paying the defense cost.
Right. So I'll also, before we get to that amendment, I would also add another condition that formal drawings must be brought, that another condition of approval be added, that formal drawings must be provided by the applicant to match the sketches that are already included in this document labeled Exhibit 1, Proposed Conditions of Approval. And if any member, any of my colleagues would like to make the friendly amendment as suggested by our Assistant City Attorney and City Attorney, then I will accept it.
I'll make the friendly amendment.
Okay. I accept.
Great. So City Clerk, can we take the vote, please?
Wait. I think you need a second.
Oh, I thought I seconded. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I seconded. You accept it? Okay. I'll second the motion.
All right.
Okay. Can we have a vote?
Councilmember Dean?
Okay,
Councilmember Dean?
Yeah, just want to clarify the Councilman Pu suggested it's approve the planning, right?
It would be to deny the appeal and therefore approve the project as set forth in the recommended action in our staff report. And with the additional amendments that section 3 of the resolution will say that the effective date is immediately effective, that in the document labeled proposed conditions of approval will remove currently existing condition 13C and will add 2 conditions, one being that the applicant, meaning the homeowner, will indemnify the city should the city be sued after this for this decision, and to also add a condition that formal drawings from the applicant, meaning the homeowner, the applicant's architect, must be provided that match the sketches that are currently provided in that document, proposed conditions of approval.
Okay. All right. Okay. So.
So we're taking a roll call now.
Okay.
Or a vote call, I'm sorry.
So I still can say something? Of course. Before I vote?
Sure, Tony.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. Okay. For my viewpoint, okay, because the ordinance is not so clear, right? Both party, it's a different explanation. I don't think these things will. The applicant, it's from I see they working the city hall with like 2 years. Everything is a follow up. So for our city, it's definitely will be after they have to like clarify for this ordinance. But for this specification, the case, I think it's
Wednesday, bro.
It's a
Wednesday, my dudes.
it's
I'm sorry, can you please mute, Councilmember Ding is trying to speak. Thank you.
sorry. Okay. So if the ordinance have some like questioningly both party, I don't think the applicant have taken this kind of responsibility. Okay. So that's, I think we need to improve our ordinance more clear. And for this specification, the case, I say aye for with the Councilmember Fu. Okay.
Okay, can you continue with the vote, please? Thank you, Councilmember Ding.
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington?
No.
Councilmember Pu?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao?
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca?
Aye.
Measure passes by a vote of 4-1.
Okay, thank you so much to everyone who has stayed with us, which is, I think, 90% of you. It is 12:51, and unless I hear any objections, I think any items that we have thereafter could be taken up on at the next meeting, which is scheduled for July 21st. So I will adjourn at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.